Part 4. Practical Alchemy. The primary goal of medieval alchemists was the creation of the philosopher's stone that would instantly perfect or cure anything. Their work involved spending many hours in the laboratory, heating materials at high temperatures for long periods and carefully distilling essences from fermented solutions. The laboratory work of the alchemists gave rise to modern chemistry and also created a new healing modality known as spagyrics. In spagyric alchemy, plant material is opened up by heating, cutting, and grinding, and the essences that are released are preserved in oils, tinctures, and elixirs. Unlike chemistry, however, the methods of alchemy always involve the simultaneous purification and transformation of the alchemist himself, whose conscious participation and symbiotic connection to the substance was considered a necessary ingredient. Chapter 14. Inside an alchemist's laboratory. In this chapter, step inside a medieval laboratory. The heart of the laboratory, the athanor. Chemicals and tools used by alchemists. Sacred space of the oratorium. Differences between chemists and alchemists. The role of women in alchemy. The popular image of the crazed and disheveled old alchemist working late at night away from prying eyes in his cluttered laboratory is not really very accurate. For one thing, alchemical laboratories during the Middle Ages and Renaissance were actually very organized. As we can see from alchemists' workplaces that have survived, there was a place for everything and everything had its place. Equipment and chemicals were kept on shelves or bins where they could be easily accessed, and the vast variety of glassware alchemists used were usually sorted by size and conveniently hung on the walls. As for alchemists themselves, they were mostly serious experimenters, not eccentric crackpots. They were usually highly educated, intelligent people with a keen interest in discovering the secrets of nature. During most of the history of alchemy in Europe, it was necessary to know Latin and Greek to even begin learning the subject, and alchemists were known for their dedication to scholarly pursuits. They studied alchemy manuscripts religiously, kept careful records of their own work, and traveled extensively to compare their findings with other alchemists. Alchemists were among the leading philosophers and scientists of their times. Even many government rulers and religious authorities were alchemists. In Europe, scores of monks, bishops, and even a few popes practiced alchemy. Nearly every physician in the late Middle Ages used alchemical remedies and was familiar with the theories of alchemy. At one time, Hermetic philosophy and alchemy were taught at universities in Europe, and nearly every major university had a practicing alchemist hidden among its faculty members. Historical researcher Mircea Eliade described the traits needed by an alchemist. He must be healthy, humble, patient, chaste. His mind must be free and in harmony with his work. He must be intelligent and scholarly. He must work, meditate, and pray. A tour of a medieval laboratory. Perhaps the best way to get to know the alchemists and how they worked is to take an imaginary tour of where they spent so much of their time. Our alchemy laboratory is a composite of several actual labs used by alchemists, and I have incorporated features that were customary in several different time periods and countries. Let's begin our virtual tour of an idealized alchemical laboratory by politely knocking on the thick wooden door of the lab. While a few alchemists were willing to talk about their theories, almost none allowed outsiders actual access to their laboratories. So this is a rare opportunity. Why did alchemists not encourage visitors? The need for secrecy in their work was the most important reason, though safety was also a factor. Often several experiments were in progress that took weeks to complete, plus potent chemicals and fragile glassware were usually involved. Beyond that, many alchemists believed that other people's impure thoughts and emotions could actually ruin their delicate experiments, so they were very careful about whom they let in. But the door to this lab opens, and we are invited into the alchemist's sanctuary. He respectfully greets us with a bow of his head and then cautions us about a few experiments he has going on. Before he even finishes his sentence, however, we are distracted by a powerful odor carried by a draft of air going out the door. It smells like a combination of rotten eggs and strong vinegar. The alchemist explains the repugnant odor is coming from the large digesting tub full of rotting material in the corner behind the door. He uses this digester in the operations of putrefaction and fermentation. The Athanor. We glance over into the foul, black, gurgling liquid in the digesting tub and wonder if this might be a good time for a quick exit. But before we can turn toward the door, we notice a tall cylindrical brick furnace at the center of the room. Gentle warmth emanates from the furnace, and we move closer. Called the Athanor, this brick or clay oven is where most of the alchemist's transformations take place. The word comes from the Arabic word at-tanawur, meaning oven. It is also called the philosophical furnace, the furnace of arcana, or the furnace of secrets. In popular parlance, it is known simply as the tower furnace because it usually stands over 5 feet tall. The alchemists nicknamed the Athanor Piger Henricus, Slow Henry, because of its steady, slow-burning fire. Designed to maintain a constant, even heat over long periods, it had several different compartments suitable for the different stages of the work. Its primary function was to incubate an egg-shaped hermetic vessel used for the preparation of the elixir. Philosophically, the Athanor was like a womb or fertilized egg, and many experiments required the alchemists to keep it burning for 40 weeks, which was considered sufficient maturation time for the human fetus. On the spiritual level, the Athanor was a metaphor of the inner fire in the alchemist's mind and body, and corresponding changes were expected to occur in the alchemist himself as the transformations took place in the Athanor. Just as the Athanor was the heart of the laboratory with everything built around it, so was the alchemist's life centered around his sacred furnace. Alchemical glassware. On the wall to the right of the Athanor hangs a bewildering array of glass vessels on wooden pegs. The opening of each vessel is inserted over an appropriate sized peg, and the vessel is hung there to dry or for safe storage. It is easy to discern which ones are seldom used, because they are covered in dust. Many alchemists were skilled glass blowers and potters, and the glass or earthenware vessels they designed each had a specific function. Alchemists used these vessels to carry out the operations of alchemy, and making or finding strong and durable vessels was an important part of their work. The most popular vessel among alchemists was the retort, a glass sphere with a long neck or spout. It could be tightly sealed with a stopper, and the long spout was handy for pouring or connecting to another vessel. The retort was a versatile vessel that could be used to mix, separate, decompose, heat, or distill solutions. A vessel of distillation had 3 parts, one of which was the alembic, which was a kind of retort that fit on the upper part of a still to collect and direct the distilled vapors into a condenser. The lower part of the still containing the boiling liquid was called the cucurbit. Alchemists sometimes called it the gourd because of its shape. The final part of this apparatus was the receiver, which was the flask attached to the outlet of the condenser that collected the distilled product or distillate. Other vessels used by alchemists included the matras, which was a round-bottomed flask with a very long neck that was also known as a bolt head. The aludel was a pear-shaped glass open at both ends. Used in the process of sublimation, it was also called the hermetic vase. Other glassware included a wide assortment of different-sized beakers, cylinders, bottles, flasks, and jars. Crucibles and cupels were used in melting and other high-temperature operations. Crucibles are small clay or porcelain cups made to withstand high temperatures in the oven. When the alchemists made these, they added graphite to increase the heat resistance of native clays. Cupels are porous pots made of bone ash and clay. They were used primarily in a process known as cupellation, a form of fire assaying in which noble metals were separated from base metals. Lead and other impurities were absorbed into the bone ash of the cupel or released as fumes, leaving behind pure silver and gold. Each operation of alchemy had its own special vessel designed to contain the transforming matter as well as preserve the energies at that stage. Many of these were patterned after nature and named for animals. One of the most popular was a circulatory distillation vessel called the pelican. This impressive glass vessel had two side arms that fed condensed vapors back into the body and resembled a pelican pecking at its breast. It was a common belief in the Middle Ages that pelicans wounded themselves in order to feed their hatchlings with their own blood. See chapter 13. Other names the alchemists gave their vessels reflected the spiritual and psychological processes associated with them. Among these intriguing names were philosopher's egg, skull cup, brain pan, angel tube, spirit holder, moon vessel, mother of the stone container, matrix vase, Hermes cup, cup of Babylon, and tomb of the dead. The chemicals used by alchemists. On the opposite wall of the laboratory are several shelves full of alchemical treasures. The lower shelf holds assorted vials, crocks, and burlap bags containing the salts, powders, colored liquids, and other compounds used by the alchemist. Each container is carefully marked with a unique alchemical cipher that signifies its contents. Alchemists had hundreds of compounds, powerful acids, metals, and other chemicals at their disposal. The colorful names alchemists gave to their compounds were full of hidden meaning. For example, sal ammoniac, ammonium chloride, was so named because it was first made with camel dung from the temple of Ammon in Egypt. Ammonia was also known as spirit of hartshorn because it was distilled from an ancient substitute for yeast and baking soda known as hartshorn, ammonium bicarbonate. Another name for ammonia was salt of urine because, you guessed it, it was distilled from urine. Many of the compounds used by alchemists in the Middle Ages dated back to ancient Egypt, and among the ones the Egyptians discovered were four important chemicals that became known as the arcana to later alchemists. Arcana is Latin for great secrets, and medieval alchemists held these chemicals in the highest esteem. They called them vitriol, natron, liquor hepatis, and pulvis solaris. Vitriol. The earliest alchemists secured both sulfuric acid and iron from an oily substance that appeared naturally from the weathering of sulfur-bearing gravel. This substance was known as green vitriol and, in its natural state, was a powerful disinfectant. When heated, it broke down into a mixture of iron sulfate and sulfuric acid. The Egyptians used iron sulfate to heal wounds and prepared a therapeutic tonic from it. A relaxing powder known as the narcotic salt of vitriol was also made from it. Iron sulfate had many other uses in alchemy and was known as the green lion in the Middle Ages. Natron. The sulfuric acid distilled from green vitriol is brown and stinks like rotten eggs. It is an extremely powerful and corrosive acid that reacts with most metals but not gold. Further distillation produces a heavy, nearly odorless, yellow liquid known as oil of vitriol, which has a tremendous thirst for water. If a flask of oil of vitriol is allowed to stand open for some time, it absorbs water vapor from the air and overflows its container. Alchemists considered sulfuric acid to be liquid fire and the agent of change in most alchemical experiments. It remains an indispensable agent in many modern industries. The word natron is from the Arabian name for the white salts that accumulate on dry lake beds. Philosophically, natron symbolized the common principle in all salts to form bodies out of solutions. Chemically, the word refers to either of two sodium compounds. The first of these is natron carbonicum, sodium carbonate, which appears on dried lake beds or is mined out of the earth. The world's oldest known deposits are in Egypt. It can also be prepared by pouring sulfuric acid over common table salt. The second natron was natron nitricum, sodium nitrate. It occurs naturally as cubic saltpeter and needs only to be filtered to be used medicinally. It can also be obtained by pouring nitric acid over common table salt. The alchemists who made nitric acid by pouring sulfuric acid over common saltpeter, potassium nitrate, called it aqua fortis, strong water, and used it to dissolve silver out of gold. Liquor hepatis. Ancient alchemists prepared liquor hepatis, or liquid of the soul, by distilling a solution of sulfur, lime, and sal ammoniac. They considered it a permanent solution because they had no methods of breaking it down once it was prepared. Because of its deep reddish-brown color, liquor hepatis was associated with the liver, and the name comes from the Greek word hepar, meaning liver. The alchemists also referred to it as oil of sulfur. The Egyptians were fascinated by the pungent odor of liquor hepatis. They believed it originated from a presence hidden in sulfur that was purified by lime and brought to life by ammonia. The Egyptians equated this hidden presence with soul, which they believed resided in the liver. Soul was the ultimate universal essence and, like liquor hepatis, could not be broken down into parts. Not only did liquor hepatis contain soul, but it suggested the idea of the soul's possible resurrection. The Egyptians made a balm of liquor hepatis by mixing it with wax and fat. This sacred balm, said to incorporate the powers of rejuvenation and healing, became known as the balsam of the soul or the balsam of the alchemists. Pulvis solaris. If liquor hepatis represented soul to the ancients, then pulvis solaris, or powder of the sun, represented spirit. Pulvis solaris was actually a mixture of two compounds known as red pulvis solaris and black pulvis solaris. These red and black powders were created separately by combining highly purified sulfur with either red mercuric oxide or black antimony. Red mercuric oxide was made by heating mercury in a long-necked flask. The mercury oxidized into a white powder and red crystals. This white powder was a deadly poison, but the red crystals had healing properties. When the red crystals were mixed with pure sulfur, they combined immediately to form the red powder of the sun. Black antimony is a naturally occurring mineral known as stibnite, which is a sulfide of antimony. The mineral was smelted and ground fine. It also had healing properties and was made into a tonic by mixing the fine powder in distilled water. When the black powder was mixed with pure sulfur, they combined immediately to form the black powder of the sun. Mixing the red and black powders together created pulvis solaris, which the alchemists believed had tremendous healing power on all levels of body, mind, and spirit. The way the original two powders immediately clumped together with sulfur to form new compounds demonstrated the natural longing or love of these ingredients for one another. By combining the two red and black powders of the sun together, the alchemists felt they had created a mystical third incarnation in which the sum was greater than its parts. The esoteric chemistry here also underscores a fundamental principle. Namely, soul is an indivisible, eternal thing, while spirit is a kind of energy that originates from the tension of two polarized forces. Hidden energies in the lab. As we continue our tour of the laboratory, we move our attention from the chemical supply shelf to a middle shelf that contains haphazard piles of tools and utensils which the alchemist uses. We notice assorted tongs, scoops, pincers, stirrers, spoons, ladles, and other items. Most of these are made of brass or copper, although a few are cast iron. Stainless steel was unknown in Europe in the Middle Ages. We also see a set of balance scales and a small herb press on this shelf. Small and large leather bellows are stacked at the end of the shelf. But the items on the upper shelf make our jaws drop. The dried carcasses of assorted frogs, birds, rats, rabbits, and other less identifiable creatures adorn this shelf, and a few preservative-filled jars appear to contain large insects. The alchemists were fascinated by all aspects of nature and often had large collections of preserved animals, especially rare or unusual creatures. Alchemists believed the life force was like a substance that they could separate from living things and preserve in special tinctures. They could then use these living alchemical solutions to impart health to sick people or even give life to inanimate objects. Many famous alchemists claim to have created little artificial beings, homunculi, by infusing the life force into flasks of chemical compounds. The life force was the quintessence the alchemists sought in plants and fermented organic matter, and one of the pieces of equipment they used in this endeavor stands next to a cluttered workbench at the back of our laboratory. Known as a serpent condenser, the giant air-cooled apparatus was used for distilling the foul-smelling solution poured off from the digester. Towering over the height of man, it is composed of a shaky array of copper tubing that zigzagged upward from a thick, pear-shaped clay vessel on the floor. Using the serpent condenser, the alchemist hoped to purify and isolate the living essences of substances. The gentle, low-temperature distillation performed by the serpent condenser was thought to safely remove and preserve the purified essences from even the foulest liquid. The oratorium. Next to the serpent condenser, a large dark curtain hangs suspended from the ceiling. It is carefully draped completely around a small altar on the floor. This tabernacle forms a private meditation space known as the oratorium, and as much work is done within this sacred space as is carried out in the laboratory. One of the mottos of alchemy is ora et labora, pray and work. Alchemists spent many hours in solitary contemplation, attempting to purify and focus their minds, so they could connect with the divine powers. The following illustration, which is an engraving of an alchemical laboratory called the Amphitheater of Eternal Wisdom, shows the typical oratorium. The German spiritual alchemist Heinrich Kunrath designed it in 1609. In it, we see the work of the alchemist divided into the oratorium on the left, where the spiritual work was done, and the laboratorium on the right, where he performed the practical work. The doorway at the center of the engraving is the completion of the work, when the alchemist leaves the laboratory behind and enters a whole new level of being in the world. The alchemical laboratory. Hidden somewhere in the oratorium could usually be found the alchemist's incubator. This insulated, copper-clad wooden box was the most sacred spot in the lab. The sealed container, kept warm by the fermenting matter within, was where the alchemist directed his thoughts and visualizations. During the process of fermentation, the first matter was most exposed and most open to the influence of the alchemist. However, it was a delicate operation. At the beginning of fermentation, the resurrected life was easily corrupted by another's impure thoughts, which is why the alchemist always kept the incubator hidden, even from other alchemists. He believed that if anyone other than himself touched or even looked upon this box, all would be lost. This attitude may seem superstitious to us, but we should not judge the alchemists too quickly. They were acting completely in accord with the ancient principles of Hermetic philosophy. To alchemists, consciousness was a force of nature that could be purified and directed through prayer and meditation. This esoteric part of the experiment was absolutely necessary for its success. As we come to the end of our tour, we thank the alchemist for allowing us to visit his private workshop and sharing his work with us. We have learned much about the fundamental tools of alchemy. As we pass by the digester on the way out of the lab, the odors are not nearly so repugnant as when we first encountered them. To our surprise, it now seems like the fragrance of magic is in the air. Alchemists and chemists. The alchemical principle that the consciousness of the experimenter influenced the outcome of the experiment just may explain why many alchemical experiments cannot be duplicated in a chemical laboratory. It is not that the experiments never worked, but just that chemists do not know how to perform them. Chemists, who fully believe their experiments take place only on the mundane physical level, see no need to purify themselves or meditate prior to beginning work in the lab. Their mindset is that chemistry operates by rearranging atoms like so many Billiard balls, a methodology much too crude for the alchemist. From the alchemist's viewpoint, chemistry is a superficial and artificial science that deals only with the external forms in which substances manifest while ignoring the essences of energy and light that created them. In our tour of an alchemist's lab, we have seen the fundamental tools of medieval laboratories that made alchemy such a unique blend of science and spirit. Still, from our modern viewpoint, it's hard to imagine how much a part of their experiments were the alchemists themselves. All matter was alive to them, and they sympathized with the subject of their work every time they exposed it to fire, submerged it in acid, or bathed it in cooling waters. The uncanny identification with the processes in the laboratory was absolutely necessary, because the alchemist and his work fed on each other. The alchemist suffered with his work, felt its same temperament, and changed with it. For, if the experiment was truly a success, the alchemist, too, was transformed. The key to this whole magical process was the conscious connection or correspondence the alchemist was able to forge between his own mind and the mind of nature as expressed in the experiment. Women in alchemy. The role of women in alchemy was often in the shadows. During the witch hunts of the Middle Ages, it was extremely dangerous to be a female alchemist, and generally, the woman's work was out of the limelight. However, nearly every alchemist had his moon sister who worked by his side in experiments and meditations. Flamel's work could not have been accomplished without the aid of his wife, Purnell, Rebecca Vaughan, wife of the 17th century English alchemist Thomas Vaughan, is another example. Female alchemists from Alexandria, such as Maria Prophetessa, Cleopatra, Hypatia, and Theosbia, laid the foundations of much experimental work. Other famous female alchemists include French physicist Marie Curie, German author Leonia Constantia, and the English women Anne Conway and Thomasine Scarlett. The least you need to know. The Athanor was the tall brick furnace alchemists used in their transformations. The shape of alchemical glassware had both practical and spiritual purposes. The arcana of alchemy are powerful chemicals that date back to ancient Egypt. Most alchemical labs were divided into an oratorium, where spiritual work was done, and the laboratorium, where the practical work was done. Most true alchemists were intimately connected to their work and expected corresponding transformations in their own minds, bodies, and souls. Although early female alchemists did their work largely out of the limelight, nearly every male alchemist had a moon sister who worked by his side. Chapter 15. The Spagyric Process. In this chapter, the hidden signatures in everything, the kinds of medical cures, the inner star or true identity of a substance, the three essentials in spagyrics, the times of planetary magic, the genius of Paracelsus. Spagyrics, pronounced spagyrics, is the applied alchemy of isolating the essences of plants and herbs. The Swiss alchemist Paracelsus invented the word by combining the Greek words spout, tear apart, and agyro, gather together. So the term spagyrics literally means to tear apart and bring back together again. In spagyrics, the plant is dried, ground up, or pressed to concentrate its essences, which are then separated and brought back together in a more purified and potent form. The object of spagyrics is to isolate the living essences of the plant and preserve them for later use while at the same time getting rid of the useless or impure parts. Spagyria, said Paracelsus, teaches you to separate the false from the true. Alchemists use the spagyric process to make all true alchemical tinctures and elixirs, and they must meet very specific conditions to say that a compound is spagyric. In general, spagyric compounds take much longer to make than normal chemical compounds, because spagyric preparations must be made during certain alignments of the planets that are determined by the signatures of the plant itself. The doctrine of signatures. The doctrine of signatures originated in ancient Egypt with the idea that divine correspondences can be found in the manifested world. This concept was inspired by the Emerald Tablet's dictum of as above, so below. According to the ancient text orthodoxies, signatures are the hidden archetypal patterns in things that have the power of transmuting, altering, and restoring us. Alexandrian alchemists started categorizing plants by their signatures. They defined signatures as the characteristics plants and other objects shared with the planetary powers and astrological events in the heavens. In Eastern philosophy, Chinese alchemist Lao Tzu was the first to clearly elucidate the doctrine of signatures. He stressed the fundamental relationship and corresponding signatures between heavenly powers and earthly manifestation, an idea that pervades modern Taoist thought. He also stressed working only with the true signature of a thing, what he called a substance's inner virtue. In the West, the alchemist Paracelsus expanded the doctrine of signatures into every aspect of human life. He taught that man should carefully consider the inner essence of a plant for what it tells us from its properties, structure, color, odor, and habitat. These signatures reveal the resonating correlations between plants and human beings. Paracelsus created a whole new system of planetary and astrological correspondences between plants and human organs that allowed physicians to prescribe herbal remedies according to the symptoms of their patients. Types of medicines. The art of spagyrics is very different from modern pharmacology, primarily because modern druggists ignore the spiritual or esoteric properties of plants and herbs. In the view of spagyrists, modern physicians rely entirely on the gross or chemical properties of drugs to treat disease and forget they are really dealing with the life force of a person. Allopathic medicine. Contemporary medicine relies on the allopathic approach, which means it uses medicine designed to evoke the opposite symptoms from the disease it treats. One example would be the use of the powerful laboratory chemical phenolphthalein to treat constipation. The chemical provides very fast relief by leaching water from the intestines, and was the ingredient in most popular laxatives for over 50 years. Unfortunately, it was later found to be carcinogenic and toxic with continued use and was quietly withdrawn from the market. This physically aggressive, overkill approach to fighting disease focuses more on acute symptoms and less on preventive care. The guiding principle in allopathy is that the more powerful the medicine and faster the cure, the better. As a result, physicians are caught in a never-ending spiral of developing new drugs as the life force adapts to the gross effects of the previous wonder drug. Homeopathic medicine. While allopathic medicine uses compounds that elicit symptoms directly opposite to those produced by the disease, homeopathic medicine uses minuscule doses of a compound to treat a disease in which large doses of the same compound would produce similar symptoms. This is done in the hopes of eliciting a healing response from the body. The German physician Samuel Hahnemann, whose motto was "like cures like," developed the homeopathic approach in the early 19th century. For example, the homeopathic preparation Nux vomica is given for constipation. This nut from the strychnine tree contains a powerful poison that causes dehydration, constipation, and binding of the bowels. In extremely small doses, however, it relieves constipation. Spagyric medicine. In spagyrics, the key is to learn to increase or redirect the life force itself by using living essences with the relevant signatures or properties to cure the disease. Spagyrics is careful not to use allopathic chemicals, which are considered gross or dead remedies. Spagyrics is also different from homeopathy, though both systems make use of the essences of plants and treat disease as disturbances of the life force. The primary difference is that plant essences are not diluted but concentrated in spagyric preparations. So in practice, spagyric medicine is a middle approach between the extremes of allopathy and homeopathy. For example, to relieve constipation, a spagyricist might prescribe a few drops a day of a tincture of Oregon grape, Mahonia aquifolium. Oregon grape is ruled by Mars and stimulates the liver and gallbladder to increase acid production in the stomach to cure chronic constipation. In other words, the tincture slowly induces the body to cure itself. There are also differences between spagyrics and general alchemy. Alchemy is a unique melding of philosophy, religion, and science, the goal of which is to gain knowledge of matter and perfect it on all levels. Spagyrics, on the other hand, is much more practical as it addresses the present human condition and the problems of everyday life with minimum philosophizing. The planetary signatures. The spagyric remedy works by healing people of systemic blockages or imbalances in their life force. The spagyricist seeks to produce a specific medicine based on its signatures that he can use to cause the body to cure particular ailments. Here are the signatures of the planets. The signatures of Saturn are associated with fate, structure, and the passage of time. Saturn rules the bones, teeth, spleen, and slow chronic processes such as aging. The therapeutic effects of Saturn are drying, coagulation, and mineralization of tissues. The signatures of Jupiter are associated with general well-being and overall health. Jupiter rules growth, the metabolic system, the liver, and the enrichment of the blood from food. Jupiter's therapeutic effects preserve the body and promote healthy growth and organ function. The signatures of Mars are associated with stimulation and action. Mars rules the blood, adrenal glands, genitals, and the immune system. Mars's therapeutic effects are toning the blood and stimulating the immune system. The signatures of Venus have to do with refinement of energy in the body and mind. Venus rules the face, skin, and kidneys. Its therapeutic properties are detoxification, improvement of sense organs, and reversing impotency and sexual dysfunction. The signatures of Mercury are associated with mental clarity and creative energy. Mercury rules the vocal organs, throat, lungs, and lymph glands. Its therapeutic effects are physical and mental adaptability and improved regulation of bodily rhythms. The signatures of the Moon are growth and fertility. The Moon rules the stomach, womb, and fluids of the body. The therapeutic effects are sedative, cooling, moisturizing, balancing, and breaking of bad habits and physical addictions. The signatures of the Sun are general vitality and improved overall systemic function. The Sun rules the heart and circulation, metabolism, and the distribution of bodily heat. Its therapeutic effects are balancing, heating, and energizing in a steady and controlled way. The star in plants. In spagyrics, the opposing operations of tearing apart and bringing together are the main processes of working with herbs, flowers, and other plants to make medicinal elixirs, tinctures, balsams, and powders. First, the plant is reduced to its most basic essences, which are further purified and recombined to make the new exalted compound. The inner essences or strengths carry the signatures of the plant, what Paracelsus called its inner star. By the doctrine of signatures, as above, so below, a plant's inner star or essence is closely related to the stars in the heavens. Heavenly bodies rule plants because a plant's inner, microcosmic star corresponds to a universal, macrocosmic star, and the star of a plant is what gives it its signatures. In general terms, then, the star is the truest part of anything, the divine thought or image that gives a thing its form and being. By opening up a plant and revealing its star, the spagyricist hopes to use its incorruptible power to affect other things in predictable ways. One must understand, elaborated Paracelsus, that the medicine must be prepared in the stars and that the stars become the medicine. The three essentials in plants. A spagyric medicine is made by deliberately opening up the plant and separating it into all three of its component essences of sulfur, mercury, and salt, the three essentials. See Chapter 8. The work of the spagyricist is to separate and recombine these three basic principles as often as necessary until they are in perfect proportion and harmony with each other. In plants, Sulfur resides in the essential oils, the most concentrated essences of a plant's chemistry and properties, and the carrier of scent, the most soulful attribute of the plant. Essential oils burn slowly, like a fuel, and are the plant's sulfur or energetic essence. Sulfur carries the properties that differentiate one object's chemical reaction or behavior from another. In spagyrics, mercury is the spirit, mind, light, or animating life force of a plant. Mercury is found in the spirit or alcohol of a plant, its volatile juice derived by fermentation or added as part of the processes of extraction. In lab work, mercury is the intermediary life force that animates salt and sulfur, acting from the middle to connect the two principles of body and soul. Salt is the form that locks the other two principles of sulfur, soul, and mercury, spirit, into a body, allowing the plant to exist and function in the physical world. In plants, the salt level resides in the mineral components in hard structural tissues, stalks, roots, leaves, that fire reduces to ashes. The spagyric operation, which begins with the destruction and breaking up of the plant, is not complete until all three basic parts of sulfur, mercury, and salt are reunited in a purer form that is actually closer to the true signature or inner star of the original plant. In order to accomplish this, the spagyric work, like the great work of alchemy, takes place simultaneously on all three levels, the physical, the mental, and the spiritual, and requires the purified consciousness of the alchemist to succeed. Planetary influences in spagyrics. Paracelsus taught that the star, or astral, energies of each visible planet affect plants on Earth in predictable ways. Each planet influences some plants more than others, depending on the inherent astrological and planetary signatures within the individual plant. He described this active connection between plant and planet with the term sympathy. Spagyrics advocates that sympathy governs most of the basic characteristics of the living things on our planet, and each of the 7 visible planets affects plants, animals, and humans in specific ways because of this underlying sympathy. For instance, as each planet rules an organ or organ system in the human body, and by extension, its diseases, similarly, each planet rules the plants that support the organ or are able to balance it with the corresponding planetary energies. According to this theory, all aspects of spagyric processing, including harvesting the plant, cutting and sifting it, drying it, wetting of the plant material with alcohol for extraction or distilling it, and adding its salts and other separately extracted materials, should take place during the times ruled by its corresponding planet. Planetary hours. The planetary powers are greatest when the planet is visible in the sky, which is called the planetary hour. Traditionally, the planetary hours are determined by using charts originally developed by Trithemius, Paracelsus's teacher. 3 types of planetary charts are used to determine the proper time to work with a spagyric compound. The simplest planetary chart is the Mercury level chart, in which a single planet rules each day all day. A Mercury level preparation is directed toward disturbances and depletions of the life force, such as chronic fatigue or lethargy. To attune a spagyric to the Mercury level, a highly refined alcohol is used for extraction, which is elevated before use in a process called animation. Animation of the mercury is a method of spiritizing the material worked on, making it volatile so it can open up and receive the universal life force and then close again and hold that life force. To attune a spagyric preparation to the sulfur level, the essential oils are extracted separately using steam distillation and other alchemical methods. The sulfur level chart changes each hour, beginning at sunrise, and each planet rules several periods in a single day. A sulfur level preparation is directed toward physical or mental aberrations and deep-seated disturbances of the soul. To attune a spagyric medicine to the physical or salt level, a concentrated extract is made with all the mineral components extracted and included in the remedy. To accomplish this, all the plant matter that would have normally been discarded is burned to an ash. From that ash, the salt essences are extracted in alcohol. These operations must be performed at the time of day indicated in the salt level chart, which divides the day into 7 equal planetary periods. A salt level preparation is directed toward specific bodily injuries and ailments. Paracelsus the Great. Paracelsus was a vigorous and unyielding proponent of a new order in both alchemy and medicine. As such, he aroused vigorous opposition from the physicians of his time. Some evidence even indicates that a group of physicians from Vienna murdered him in his home in Salzburg. Paracelsus's provocative actions certainly did nothing to calm his detractors. For instance, in 1525, he publicly burned the works of the revered physicians Galen and Avicenna before the assembled citizens and physicians of Basel in Switzerland. Such actions were typical of this stubborn genius. He expounded his ideas with great vigor and seasoned his words with biting sarcasm. Paracelsus even upset the alchemists of his time with his frequent criticism that they should give up trying to make gold and instead should assist physicians by finding new cures. His determined efforts to liberate the incipient science of alchemy from the narrow and sordid domination by the multipliers and bellows blowers gave alchemy a new and nobler direction. Paracelsus's contributions to the development of alchemy in the late Middle Ages were immense. Besides developing the theory of the three essentials and applying it to all levels of the great work, he invented the art of spagyrics and gave the world a powerful new healing modality. His spagyric methods would gradually develop into what he called iatrochemistry, literally healing chemistry, which gave birth to our modern practice of medicine. Today, Paracelsus is recognized as the father of modern medicine for his revolutionary practical advances in medicine. The least you need to know. Spagyrics is the art of breaking open a plant to release its fundamental living essence and preserving that essence for purposes of healing. Signatures are the archetypal correspondences between the manifested object and its divine image or origin. Remedies fall into the three general categories of allopathic, homeopathic, and spagyric. Planetary hours are the times of the day and week when the powers of a certain planet are at their peak. Paracelsus completely reorganized the theoretical and practical basis of alchemy and changed its emphasis from making gold to making cures. Chapter 16. The Kitchen Alchemist. In this chapter, setting up the kitchen laboratory, making alchemical compounds, creating custom tinctures at home, making the magical elixir. An old Sufi saying goes, all the qualities of a good alchemist can be found in the person who can cook an egg perfectly. In other words, fancy glassware and exotic chemicals do not make an alchemist. The true characteristics of a good alchemist are patience, attention to detail, striving for perfection, and knowledge of how to use fire in the work. So cooking and alchemy actually have much in common. Instead of beakers, flasks, and formulae, the cook works with pots, pans, and recipes. Alchemists and cooks work with the four elements, fire, water, air, and earth, and both transform materials through the application of fire. The cook dissolves, emulsifies, chars, boils, aerates, separates, macerates, blends, combines, ferments, distills, coagulates, and works through the same operations as an alchemist. And like alchemists, good cooks add a part of themselves to their work. This hidden fifth element in food is its spiritual essence or level of vital wholesomeness, projected into food through the attitude and intent of the preparer. This is the real secret of gourmet cooks, and why your mother's cooking tastes so good. The alchemical cook imbues food with positive psychic energy, the true quintessence of a meal. In this chapter, we take alchemical cooking up a notch and demonstrate the very little difference between a medieval alchemist's laboratory and your kitchen at home. Now that you are familiar with the basic principles of alchemy, there's no reason you can't begin using them right now in your own home or apartment. Remember, you don't need a big fancy laboratory to do alchemy. In fact, you probably have everything you need to make infusions, tinctures, elixirs, and essential oils right in your own kitchen. Setting up your kitchen lab. The first step in setting up any alchemical laboratory is to find a safe and uncontaminated space in which to work. This can be as simple as a table or countertop, as long as it's clean and uncluttered and you can work there uninterrupted. What sets an alchemical laboratory apart from other workplaces is that it is sacred space, and pollution in such an environment comes from disrespectful behavior, negative attitudes, upset emotions, and mundane thoughts. Most kitchens are well supplied with the necessary tools and vessels to do alchemy. Knives, spoons, ladles, brushes, tongs, basters, funnels, a set of measuring cups and spoons, thermometers, and other common utensils can all be used. However, a small scale and a mortar and pestle are required, and you may have to purchase these. Your pots and pans, baking sheets, mixing bowls, strainers, and colanders will all come in handy. You may want to keep your alchemical tools separate from your cooking utensils to avoid possible contamination. It is also advisable to have some wooden or plastic spoons and glass or plastic bowls available, because you cannot use metal containers or utensils of any kind in making tinctures. Common ingredients you use in alchemical work include baking powder, baking soda, yeast, salt, cooking oil, lard, vinegar, and herbs. Alcoholic spirits are required to make tinctures, and the higher the proof the better. I recommend odorless vodka or pure ethyl alcohol, such as Everclear. Although it is expensive and difficult to make, absolute grape alcohol, 200 proof or 100% alcohol, is the best alcohol to use. Never use denatured alcohol, such as methyl or isopropyl alcohol, because it is poisonous and can cause blindness. Making alchemical compounds. Alchemical compounds are preparations in which the life force has been purified and preserved using the operations of alchemy. And by following the following procedures, you can make safe and effective alchemical products right in your own kitchen. The first step in making an alchemical compound is to choose a plant with the desired signature or properties you desire. A good reference book for this purpose is Paul Baerle's Compendium of Herbal Magic, Phoenix Publishing, 1998, which lists the planetary associations and magical properties of over 200 herbs. You can grow your own herbs, get them fresh locally from supermarkets or natural food stores, or order them dried and packaged. After you have secured the plant material, discard any thick stems or discolored leaves. Then wash the material to remove any dirt, mold, or insects. Be sure to thoroughly rinse and dry it. If you use pre-packaged herbs, this step is usually not necessary. If your plant material is fresh, you must dry it. Do this by hanging whole bunches from strings with leaves down or suspending plant pieces in a mesh bag in direct sunlight. You may use a commercial food dehydrator if you keep the temperature below 105 degrees Fahrenheit, 40 degrees Celsius, to avoid scorching. The drying time depends on the thickness of the stems and leaves and on the ambient temperature. To test if drying is complete, break a piece to see if it snaps easily without bending. Seal the dried material in clean plastic bags or gasket screw jars, such as jelly jars or canning jars. Properly label the containers and store them in a cool, dark, dry place until you are ready to proceed. You can make many different kinds of preparations from the plant material. The simplest is an infusion, which is similar to making tea. The volatile components of the dried flowers and leaves are extracted by pouring boiling water over them. Decoctions are a step beyond infusions and are used for plant parts like berries or roots that are harder to extract. Decoctions are boiled longer to reduce the plant parts to a soft consistency, which allows the essences to seep out into the hot water. Infusions and decoctions can be taken hot or cold, added to other preparations, or made into syrups by adding sugar or other thickeners. Ointments are made by simmering the plant material in wax or fat. The resulting decoction is a solid mixture or balm. You can make creams and lotions by simply mixing the essential oils of plants in water with an emulsifying agent, such as beeswax or egg whites, that helps disperse the oil. You can extract essential oils from plants by using one of four methods: steam distillation, expression, solvent extraction, and enfleurage. In steam distillation, the extracted oil is mixed with the water that condenses by passing hot steam through the material. In the cold expression process, the fresh oil is extracted by squeezing, pressing, or compacting the plant material. In the solvent extraction method, the oil is dissolved in a volatile solvent that is mixed with the plant material. When the solvent is evaporated, it leaves the oils behind. Enfleurage is a longer process involving the dissolution of the oils in heated animal fat. Alcohol is then added, and the oils are recovered by distillation. 2 recommended guides to making and blending essential oils at home are Aromatherapy, A Complete Guide to the Healing Art by Mindy Green and Kathy Keevil, and The Complete Book of Incense, Oils, and Brews by Scott Cunningham. Making tinctures. The most popular alchemical preparation is the tincture, which extracts the active essences of plants in potencies that far exceed those that infusion or decoction can achieve. True alchemical tinctures are always made using the spagyric process, see Chapter 15, although many commercially available tinctures do not follow rigorous spagyric procedures and are actually just infusions. Preparing tinctures is not really difficult, but remember that alchemical work in general is slow, careful, and deliberate. In fact, the phrase haste makes waste was originally a motto of medieval alchemists. Remember to allow time for your feelings and intuitions to catch up with the thoughts that are guiding your work. The alchemist is an important part of any alchemical experiment, and the purity of the intention and attention of the alchemist affects the quality and potency of the finished product. Before you can begin the tincturing operation, you must complete a process the alchemists called preparing the menstruum. The menstruum is a particular type of solvent, usually alcohol, that was thought to have the power to dissolve and coagulate at the same time. The idea comes from the medieval belief that the egg or fetus takes its life and form from the menses, which dissolves in the process. In the writings of alchemists, the menstruum was often referred to as the mercury of the philosophers or Sophic mercury. It's necessary to prepare the menstruum because alcohol and other solvents are usually prepared by high-temperature fractional distillation, and it was felt that high temperatures depleted a substance of its celestial fire or spirit. See Chapter 7. Remember that celestial fire is one of the 4 grades of fire and is carried by the element of air. To replace the celestial fire lost during the preparation of the alcohol, you must perform what the alchemists called animating the mercury. This simple meditation involves slowly pouring the alcohol into an open beaker or glass while warming it very, very gently. The heat of holding the glass cupped in one's hands is usually considered sufficient. Pouring the spiritually depleted alcohol into an open glass allows it to replenish itself by breathing in the celestial fire in the air. This is the same idea in gourmet wine tasting when wine from a bottle is poured into a wine glass and gently swirled. This allows the wine to breathe before being consumed. The following step-by-step procedure is for making spagyric tinctures. As an example, we will be using the herb lemon balm, Melissa officinalis. Lemon balm is a refreshing, sweet-smelling herb associated with the heart, the sun, health, love, and nurturing. Its element is fire, and its ruling planet is Jupiter. A favorite of alchemists, Avicenna and Paracelsus recommended it for heart problems and as a tranquilizer. Modern physicians have prescribed it for psychiatric problems, as an antiviral treatment for cold sores, and to ease symptoms of colds and flu. Then follow these steps. 1. Begin working with lemon balm during the planetary hour of its ruling planet Jupiter. By consulting the planetary charts, we find that this is immediately after sunrise on Thursdays. The planetary hours for Jupiter occur in the 8th, 15th, or 22nd hour after sunrise on Thursdays. During the planetary hour, start with meditation or by praying that the mysteries of lemon balm may be revealed to you and that a sacred place be created in your heart and laboratory. 2. When you feel ready, take about an ounce, 52 grams, of the dried herb in your hand and begin crushing it by hand, then move on to using a mortar and pestle or coffee grinder. This is the maceration operation when you reduce the material to a powder. During this phase, focus on the idea that you are breaking up the herb to release its divine essence. 3. Place the powdered herb in a clean jar, and then slowly, with focused intent, pour about 4 ounces, 120 cubic centimeters, of alcohol over the herb until it is saturated with fluid but the jar is not over 2/3 full. Tightly seal the jar. If you use a metal lid, cover it completely and wrap before screwing it on. 4. Wrap the sealed jar in cloth or foil to protect it from light, and place it in a warm location, such as near a radiator, furnace, or water heater. Be careful that the temperature does exceed 105 degrees Fahrenheit, 40 degrees Celsius, or the tincture may lose life force. 5. Because the liquid cannot escape, an inner circulation or distillation begins as the fluid inside evaporates as it warms up and condenses again. This natural circulation is responsible for the tincturing process, and the color becomes darker with each passing day. In alchemical terms, the coloration is the extraction of the sulfur, or soul essence, from the salt, plant matter, by the mercury, spirit or alcohol. 6. Shake the jar vigorously once or twice a day, and continue this process for 2 to 3 weeks until the color of the tincture is considerably darkened. Treat the jar as your unborn philosopher's child, and do not let anyone else handle it. At this point, you are in a symbiotic relationship with this plant. Both your own soul and the soul of the plant are working together to give birth to a living tincture. 7. After the color of the liquid is sufficiently dark, let the jar cool completely before opening it. If you open the jar when it is warm, some of the volatile essences will escape. Pour the solution into a clean bottle, and press out any remaining liquid from the mass of remaining plant matter. Using coffee filters in a funnel, filter the solution until it is no longer cloudy. Save the filtered dead plant material and remaining liquid for use in making the elixir in the next section. Store your tincture in a cool place out of direct sunlight. Shake the tincture well before using it. As a calmative and general health tonic, take 2 to 7 drops of the lemon balm tincture up to 3 times a day. The drops may be placed on the tongue or dissolved in tea, water, or other beverages. To treat cold sores, you can apply the tincture directly to the skin. You can add tinctures to bath water, mix them with essential oils, or add them to ointments and lotions. Many people rub tinctures into the skin, where they are rapidly absorbed. However, be aware that tinctures can dry and stain the skin. You can also use tinctures to add scent or to anoint magical tools or jewelry with the desired planetary signatures. Making elixirs. Alchemists considered an elixir a more potent form of extract than a tincture because the elixir carried the resurrected body of the plant. Making an elixir involves purifying what is left of the plant matter after the initial tincturing process and adding it back into the original tincture. The alchemists saw this as restoring the original body, or salt, of the plant in a more perfect or spiritized form. The remains of the plant material we saved from making the tincture in the previous section are a depleted mass of waste material the alchemists referred to as the phlegm and feces. They also called it the caput mortuum, literally the dead head, It is the completely dead body or expired salt of the plant. This seemingly worthless material eventually becomes the elixir, and we see how to accomplish this in the following step-by-step procedure. 1. Place the caput mortuum in a heat-proof bowl or steel pot, and cover with a wire screen. Because you have removed the tincture, contact with metal is no longer a concern. Next, use a match or butane fire lighter to ignite the material. Because of the smoke generated, it is best to do this initial burn outside or under a kitchen exhaust fan. Let the dead plant matter burn itself down to ashes. 2. Let the ashes cool, then take them from the initial combustion and grind them into a fine powder using a mortar and pestle. Place the powder in a heat-proof dish or crucible, and heat in your oven at the highest possible temperature until it has turned grayish-white. 3. Remove the ashes and let them cool, then grind them into a still finer powder. The finer the ash particles, the easier to get the whitest or purest ashes. 4. Store the purified ashes in a clearly labeled container. This is the purified salt of the plant. 5. At the correct planetary hour for the plant, slowly pour the original tincture over the purified ashes in a new container. If the tincture is still living, you should hear a slight fizzing sound. Gently swirl the mixture, and then tightly seal the container. Shake vigorously for at least a minute or two. 6. Put the container with the ashes and original tincture near a low heat source in a darkened area or place in an incubator. Shake 3 times daily. The purified ashes, the salt, will eventually absorb the living essences in the tincture. The alchemists called this the digestion phase. 7. After 3 or 4 weeks, pour off any remaining liquid, leaving the salt residue in the container. Seal the container again, and let it stand unshaken in an incubator or in a warm spot out of direct light. 8. After 2 or 3 weeks, open the container, and let the material completely dry up. Carefully scrape this regenerated salt out of the jar, and then grind it to a fine powder. Store this powder in a clean opaque or dark glass jar. The elixir powder is now ready for use. The color of the powder attests to its potency. Gray powder is the weakest, white is moderately strong, and red powder is the strongest elixir possible. It can either be kept dry and used as a powder or mixed with ethyl alcohol in dark glass bottles to make a powerful tincture. Elixirs are generally used like tinctures with similar awareness and intent on the part of the user. However, while tinctures work physically through the body, elixirs work from above through spirit. Elixirs are extremely pure essences that carry the highest vibrational energy of the herb from which they are made. Therefore, elixirs are often taken after preparing the body and mind by cleansing and meditation. Like tinctures, 2 to 7 drops are taken up to 3 times a day. The drops may be placed directly on the tongue or rubbed into the skin over the body's energy centers or chakras. Elixirs may take more time for their effects to be noticed than tinctures, however, the effects last much longer and are believed to initiate physical changes in the body. Elixirs are also used to add spiritual energy to the environment or during rituals. Adding a few drops of an elixir in the corners of a room or in a circle are thought to purify and protect the area. Placing a few drops on a bell or gong before striking it is said to resonate the spiritual energy of an elixir throughout a room. To alchemists, the preparation and use of an elixir is a sacred process. The elixir, which literally means from the ashes, represents the phoenix-like regeneration of the plant into a new body. This dead body, or the salts of the plant, has been resurrected through the sacrifice of the life force of the tincture. If the connection is strong enough between the alchemist and the plant, then a corresponding change is possible that makes the elixir magically regenerative for the alchemist, too. This connection between the alchemist and the elixir is the basis of stories of alchemists living for hundreds of years. The least you need to know. You don't need a big laboratory or special equipment to practice alchemy. Alchemical compounds are different from other preparations in that they carry the living essences of the plants from which they are made. Only tinctures made by using the spagyric method are genuine alchemical preparations. The sealed jar method is the easiest and most direct method of making alchemical tinctures. Make the elixir by purifying the dead waste materials of the tincturing process and recombining them with the finished tincture. The colors of the ashes used to make elixirs progress through the same black-white thread pattern as the overall stages of the work. Chapter 17. Working with the planetary metals. In this chapter, the correspondences between Saturn and lead, the correspondences between Jupiter and tin, the correspondences between Mars and iron, the correspondences between Venus and copper, the correspondences between Mercury and quicksilver, the correspondences between the Moon and silver, the correspondences between the Sun and gold. Of all the signatures of the planetary powers expressed on Earth, the purest and most powerful are in the metals. Each of the 7 planets of alchemy has its corresponding metal. Saturn produces lead, Jupiter, tin, Mars, iron, Venus, copper, Mercury, quicksilver, the Moon, silver, and the Sun, gold. And in alchemy, each planet and its corresponding metal share the same cipher. Researchers have documented the uncanny relationship between planets and their metals many times. In the late 1920s, in a series of impressive experiments, Lily Kalisko of Germany's Biological Institute showed that changes in the relationships between planets are reflected in changes in the chemical behavior of metals on Earth. For example, during a Moon-Mars alignment, mixtures of iron and silver compounds tend to be more active. More recently, researcher Rudolf Hauck demonstrated that the relative speed of a planet in the sky is directly proportional to how electrically conductive its corresponding metal is. For instance, Saturn has the slowest apparent speed across the heavens, and lead has the lowest conductivity of the metals. The Moon has the fastest speed, and silver has the highest conductivity. Statistical studies of the fluctuations of the prices of the metals also show a connection between the planets and their metals. For instance, during conjunctions of the Moon and a planet, the value of the corresponding metal falls, while during a conjunction of the Sun and a planet, the value of the corresponding metal rises. Other planetary events have also been shown to have an effect on the value of their corresponding metals. In order to understand the mystery of the planet-metal relationship, let's look at each of the 7 metals of alchemy to discover their deepest signatures. Also, we'll review the correspondences between the planets and the metals and try to understand how the alchemists worked with the metals to transform them. Saturn's metal, lead. While the alchemists considered lead the lowest of the base metals, they treated it with a great deal of respect because lead was said to carry all the energy necessary for its complete transformation into gold. To the alchemists, the ancient metal was a powerful, sleeping giant with a dark and secret nature. Lead is indeed an ancient metal, a stubborn metal known for its durability and resistance to change. Lead products dating from 7000 BCE are still intact, and lead water pipes installed by the Romans 1500 years ago are still in use today. Lead is the heaviest metal and a boundary of heaviness for all matter. All the metals beyond lead, of greater atomic weight, disintegrate over time by radioactive decay and transform back into lead. Geologists measure the age of radioactive rocks by how much lead they contain. So radioactive decay is really a process of Saturn that introduces a new characteristic in the metals, that of time. No natural process is more unalterably exact than radioactive decay, and atomic clocks are based on this leaden process. In many ways, lead carries the signature of Saturn's father time. Lead ores lack the slightest water content, and lead does not react with water in any way. Lead also resists many acids, including the traditional liquid fire of the alchemists, sulfuric acid. In fact, lead bottles are still used to store the highly corrosive acid. Lead and silver. Lead has a strange relationship with the noble metals. In the periodic table, lead is in the same group as gold, and when it occurs in nature, it is always found with gold and silver. In fact, the chemical symbol for lead, Pb, is from the Latin word plumbum, which refers to liquid silver. We derive our words plumbing and plumb bob from the use of lead in those applications. The most common ore of lead is galena, lead sulfide, which also contains the noble metals of silver and gold. The amount of galena processed for lead produces enough silver as a byproduct to make galena the leading ore of silver as well. In the smelting of silver, lead plays an important role by forming a layer over the emerging molten silver and protecting it from combining with air and splattering out. The volatile molten lead covering is gradually burnt away until only the pure silver metal peeks out from the veil of lead, in the smelter's terminology, in a stabilized form. Thus, lead protects and even sacrifices itself for the nobler metal. Saturn signatures in lead. Fresh-cut lead looks just like silver, but the silvery luster quickly fades as if the metal were dying before our eyes. Lead metal is very soft and can be easily gouged with a fingernail. Lead, also a sluggish metal, is the slowest conductor of electricity and heat, the least lustrous, and the least resonant. Lead's Saturnic signature of lethargy is expressed not only in its being the heaviest metal but also in its tendency to form inert and insoluble compounds. No other metal forms as many. Lead reacts with more chemicals than any other metal, however, instead of producing something new and useful, lead kills the combining substance by making it inert, insoluble, and unable to enter into further chemical reactions. Another of Saturn's signatures of lead is its ability to dampen or absorb energy. Unlike other metals, when lead is struck, the vibrations are immediately absorbed, and any tone is smothered in dullness. Lead is an effective soundproofing medium, and thin lead sheets are used extensively in the walls of high-rise buildings to block the transmission of sound. Thick pads of lead are also used in the foundations to absorb the vibrations of street traffic and even minor earthquakes. Lead is truly a destroyer of light and is known for its ability to absorb all types of radiation. Lead sheets are widely used in roofing to block solar rays, and lead foil is used to form light-proof enclosures in laboratory work. Added to high-quality glassware, lead crystal, it absorbs light reflections and makes the glass clearer. Sheets of lead are impermeable to all forms of radiation, including high-energy X-rays and gamma rays. Lead is the perfect shield against radioactivity, which is why it is used to transport and store radioactive waste. Lead poisoning. Lead is poisonous to all forms of life. Young growing plants are adversely affected by even the smallest trace amount of lead in the soil as it accumulates in the roots of plants and slows down the breathing process. Lead poisoning in humans is known as satanism, and symptoms include lack of energy, depression, blindness, dizziness, severe headaches at the back of the head, brain damage, attention deficit disorder, antisocial behavior and anger, atrophy of muscular tissue, excess growth of connective tissue resulting in rigidity, rapid aging, and early death. Lead accumulates over time in the bones of the human body where it can never be flushed out. Children are especially vulnerable to lead poisoning, and it is believed to be an important factor in stillborn fetuses. Children with more than just 0.3 parts per million of lead in their blood suffer a significant slowing of brain function. Lead in paint has caused mental retardation and premature aging in thousands of children. Many research studies link lead exposure to anger and violence, especially in adolescents. One recent study conducted by Colorado State University of all counties in the United States revealed that the murder rate in counties with the highest lead levels was 4 times higher than in counties with the lowest levels of lead. The hidden promise of lead. To the alchemists, however, lead was still the metal of redemption and transformation. They knew that fire ruled lead, for the metal had an extremely low melting point and was easily separated from its ore by roasting in an open flame. The metal itself melts in a candle flame. Lead is very sensitive to heat, expanding on heating and contracting on cooling more than any other heavy metal. The wonder of lead is that hidden deep inside the gray, dead metal is a tiny, eternal spark that is the seed of its own resurrection. In the eyes of alchemists, this made lead the most important metal despite its unattractive darkness. For dull lead and gleaming gold are really the same thing, only at different stages of growth or maturity. Jupiter's metal, tin. To the casual observer, tin seems like a more perfected form of lead. In fact, the Romans called tin plumbum album, or white lead. Like lead, tin resists weathering and does not oxidize. Tin utensils buried underground or lost at sea in sunken ships shine like new when unearthed after hundreds of years. Like lead, tin is endlessly recyclable. Tinkers were gypsy craftsmen who wandered from neighborhood to neighborhood in Europe melting down old tin kettles and utensils and recasting them. Natural tin metal is known as stannum, the Latin word for tin which also gives the metal its chemical symbol, Sn. Natural tin is extremely rare and is found with gold and copper deposits. Most tin comes from its sparkling ore cassiterite, tin oxide, which has been an important source of tin for thousands of years. In ancient times, the metal was considered semi-noble and was used for jewelry in Babylonia and Egypt. But unlike lead, tin has pleasing acoustic effects and is used in the making of bells. It has a highly crystalline structure, and due to the breaking of these crystals, a cry is heard when a tin bar is bent. For many years, large tin sheets were used in theaters to simulate the sounds of thunder, which is very appropriate because Jupiter is the god of thunder. Tin metal has only a few practical uses, and most tin is used in a variety of useful alloys. The development of bronze, an alloy of 5% tin and 95% copper, marked a new age of advancement known as the Bronze Age. Most solder is a combination of tin and lead. Pewter is also an alloy of tin and lead. Other tin alloys are used to make tin cans and tin roofs, and a thin layer of tin applied to other metals provides protection from corrosion. Jupiter signatures in tin. Oddly, the distribution of tin on Earth follows an ecliptic angle to the equator that is the exact track of the orbit of Jupiter slicing through the planet. Even stranger, these Jupiterian forces seem to form tin veins that follow a distinctive zigzag pattern through the rocks that resembles a lightning bolt. This is no haphazard effect but an astonishing confirmation of Jupiter's energy expressed in the distribution of its metal on Earth. The German philosopher Goethe was fascinated by the distribution of tin and suspected it might explain how all the metals were arranged in the Earth through the distant effects of their corresponding planets. A remarkable influence proceeds from the metal tin, he wrote. This metal has a differentiating influence, and opens the door to a mechanism through which a way is provided for different metals to be formed in primeval rocks. The Tin Plague. In the late Middle Ages, a curious tin plague began as growths on organ pipes in European cathedrals, where it was thought to be the work of the devil trying to disfigure God's work. This tin plague started as white blisters that spread until all the tin metal sickened and disintegrated. The plague spread to tin roofs and became a serious problem during Europe's frigid winters. We now know that the impurities of aluminum and zinc found in tin made in the Middle Ages caused its crystalline structure to change when it was heated or frozen. This caused the tin metal to break down into a white powder that appeared to eat away the metal and had the ability to infect other tin surfaces it came in contact with. Mars's metal, iron. Iron is an abundant element in the universe and is even found in the stars in considerable quantity because iron nuclei are very stable. Iron is the most prevalent metal on Earth and the second oldest metal used by man, after lead. Known in prehistoric times, it was smelted by the Egyptians at least as far back as 1500 BCE, and iron artifacts from Asia have been found that are 5,000 years old. Our word iron comes from the Anglo-Saxon word iron, a word derived from an earlier word meaning holy metal because it was used to make the swords used in the Crusades. The chemical symbol for iron is Fe, from the Latin word for iron, ferrum, which means to create, form, or bear forth. Iron is very reactive and forms compounds immediately, so pure iron does not occur in nature. The purest iron on our planet actually comes from outer space in the form of meteorites, which are usually alloys of nickel and iron. One of the many ores of iron is iron sulfide, also known as pyrite or fool's gold. Its beautiful golden luster has often been mistaken for the gleam of gold nuggets, and it has been frequently found in genuine gold deposits. Like gold, iron pyrite carries the golden signature of the sun, and a flattened round variety called the pyrite sun is prized for its esoteric properties. Remarkably, the iron sulfide structure of fool's gold is exactly the same as the lead or galena, lead sulfide. The only difference is that a pair of sulfur atoms in pyrite replace a single sulfur atom in galena. This pair of sulfur atoms disrupts the stubborn fourfold symmetry of the more ancient galena ore and produces a stunning transformation into fool's gold. In esoteric terms, in the evolution of the metals, the appearance of the sulfur compound of iron, fool's gold, has freed the lead archetype of its stubborn materiality and set form, and this notable transmutation is marked by the signature of gold. Iron's love for carbon. European alchemists noticed that when they dropped bits of charcoal into molten iron, the iron hungrily devoured the charcoal to produce what we now call cast iron. While pure iron was soft and malleable, the new metal was hard and brittle. By controlling the amount of charcoal introduced, it was possible to produce steel, whose characteristics lie between the extremes of pure iron and cast iron. The alchemists deduced that iron had a profound love for carbon, with which it could form the nobler and stronger metal, steel. Our modern attitude toward iron is much less romantic. Nearly all iron produced today is used in the steel industry, which transforms iron into steel in carbon-based, forced air blast furnaces. This process is one of the most significant industrial processes in history and resulted in iron, as steel, becoming the most common metal on the planet. Iron also has a passion for other metals, each of which adds different qualities to the iron to produce unique forms of steel. The alchemists viewed these other metals as spiritual brothers of iron and named them accordingly. Cobalt was associated with the kobolds or mischievous gnomes who lived deep in the earth and were said to harass miners. The alchemists considered cobalt an earthier and more primitive form of iron. Nickel was associated with the nixies or underwater spirits. The alchemists viewed nickel as the watery brother of iron, which expressed its watery nature in its shiny liquid surface and in the sea-green compounds it produced. Manganese was the fiery brother of iron because it produced fiery red salts. Added to iron, manganese produces extremely hard and dry steel. Shiny chromium was considered iron's sister. Chromium restores the shiny liquid look of pure iron to steel. Later alchemists found they could produce steel almost as hard as diamonds by adding tungsten and vanadium to iron. Mars signatures in iron. The influences of the planet Mars in its metal iron are obvious. Throughout its history, iron has always served man's will in his weaponry or in the industrial conquest of nature. In classical mythology, the Iron Age is the final epoch of the world, marked by war and degenerate selfishness. The expression of Mars in our world seems to be in the struggle for material possessions in which only the fittest, or perhaps richest, survive. If the predominance of the iron archetype in our culture continues, we can only expect a further distancing from nature and mechanization of life. Some nature-oriented civilizations, such as the Druids, were aware of the spiritual dangers of iron and actually forbid its use in their culture. In the Hermetic teachings, the incarnating function of iron was meant to assist cosmic or spiritual elements to enter the sphere of gravity and matter. But when iron becomes too predominate, it becomes destructive to life and tends to rigidify and mechanize living systems. The Mars impulses at work in iron, noted researcher Rudolf Hauck, are the carriers of the forces of embodiment, but these forces lead to mummification if they become too active and overwhelm the system. The alchemists were certainly aware of the hidden signatures of iron and the social implications of the Iron Age. Several alchemists warned of the spiritual dangers of iron, even though they recognized it was a necessary stage in the great work and that the iron phase eventually led to the transformation of the body into the spirit become form. In Alchemy, Titus Burckhardt quoted several alchemists who warned of the dangers of the Iron Age. One described it as an active descent of the spirit into the lowest levels of human consciousness, so at this stage of the work, the spirit appears submerged in the body and as if extinguished in it. Venus's metal, copper. The discovery of copper dates from prehistoric times, and copper beads dating back to 9000 BCE have been found in Iraq. Copper pottery dating from 4900 BCE has been unearthed in Egypt. Copper is found in its metallic state in nature and has been mined for thousands of years. The name and chemical symbol, Cu, for copper comes from the Latin word cuprum, meaning the island of Cyprus, which was one of the main copper mining areas in the ancient world. Actually, the island took its name from the Assyrian word for copper, kipar. Copper was used so early partly because it was so easy to shape. Methods for refining copper from its ores were discovered around 5000 BCE, and the Phoenicians and Sumerians made all their tools and weapons from copper. Then, around 3100 BCE, Egyptian alchemists discovered that when they mixed copper with other metals, the resulting alloys were harder than copper itself. For example, both brass, a mixture of copper and zinc, and bronze, a mixture of copper and tin, are harder than copper. The discovery of bronze changed the evolution of mankind, and the Bronze Age began around 2100 BCE. Copper is a reddish-brown metal with a bright metallic luster. In the periodic table, it is in the same group as gold, and like gold, it is remarkably ductile and can be pressed into extremely thin sheets and strands. Copper is an excellent conductor of both heat and electricity. Venus signatures in copper. The alchemists described Venus, copper's planetary source, as dressed in a blue cloak over a red gown. This is a reference to the observation that copper burns with a blue-green flame with sporadic flashes of red. Molten copper is a sea-green color, and copper tarnishes with a green color. Copper has always been associated with beauty and harmony. Egyptian women used the powdered copper or malachite to beautify their eyes. Copper pigments make wonderfully colorful paints and ink, and much of the color in birds comes from the presence of copper in feathers. Some birds, such as the alchemically symbolic peacock, contain as much as 6% copper in their feathers. The love affairs of copper. Copper combines readily with most other elements to form alloys or complex salts. In fact, copper is so ready to form unions with other substances that the alchemists called the metal meretrix metallorum, harlot of the metals. Copper shows a special love for sulfur, and geologists agree that copper and sulfur have been locked in an embrace in the bowels of the earth since primordial times. Copper sulfate, known as blue vitriol to the alchemists, is one of the most beautiful and useful compounds formed by copper. It dries into a white powder when exposed to air but rapidly returns to its beautiful blue crystals when exposed to water. Unlike lead and iron ore, copper ore has a great affinity for water, and copper salts, such as copper sulfate, contain as much as 35% water. Veins of copper run extensively throughout the planet like veins of blood in the human body, and the metal has many applications in the modern world as wiring, electrical components, and tubing. Nearly all coins in the world contain copper. In addition to copper, pennies, our dimes, and quarters are about 85% copper. Even the nickel is 75% copper. Most modern copper production is from sulfide ores containing little copper but quite a bit of iron, which is another element copper likes to spend time with. The signatures of copper are very important in working with all the metals, especially iron. Copper tends to balance and elevate the energy of metals, and it symbolizes the importance of the feminine influence in the great work. As shown in the following illustration, the work requires a cooperative effort between the male and female energies not only in the lab but also on the spiritual level shown in the upper half of the drawing. The male and female alchemists in the drawing represent masculine and feminine ways of working with the substance at hand. The union of these two ways of being in the world is absolutely necessary to success in alchemical transformations. Working with the archetypal energies. Mercury's metal, quicksilver. The silvery liquid metal mercury was known as quicksilver to the alchemists. The only metal that is liquid at room temperature, it is the heaviest natural liquid on the planet. According to alchemical theory, all the metals began in the liquid state on our planet, but only mercury was able to remain true to its original innocence and resist taking on a final form. Mercury can be found in its natural state pooled in caves and rock formations. It was known to ancient Chinese and Hindus before 2000 BCE and has been found in Egyptian tombs dating from 1500 BCE. Mercury was first used to form alloys with other metals around 500 BCE and became the object of much speculation and experimentation among the Alexandrian alchemists. Mercury the metal is actually named after Mercury the planet. The chemical abbreviation for mercury is Hg from the Latin word hydrargyrum, meaning watery silver. In the Orient, the cipher for mercury is an 8-spoke wheel. Today, mercury is used in thermometers, barometers, diffusion pumps, and many other laboratory instruments. It is also used for mercury switches and other electrical apparatus, for making batteries, mercury cells, in pesticides, and in anti-fouling paint. Cinnabar, mercury sulfide, is the primary ore of mercury. The word cinnabar comes from the Persian word for dragon's blood. The mineral is a beautiful scarlet red, semi-precious, and used as a high-grade paint pigment known as vermilion. Early metal workers and alchemists considered the affinity between mercury and sulfur in cinnabar a fundamental and magical principle. The Romans mined cinnabar for its mercury content, and it has been the main ore of mercury throughout the centuries. Some of those ancient Roman mines are still being mined today. Cinnabar is often found with deposits of quartz, stibnite, antimony, and pyrite, fool's gold. Mercury is a relatively poor conductor of heat and yet is extremely sensitive to it. Mercury expands and contracts in a direct linear relationship to temperature, which is why it is used in thermometers. It is an average conductor of electricity in its liquid state but becomes one of the best conductors known, between copper and gold, when frozen. In its chemical reactions, mercury acts as a harmonizer because it serves as a catalyst that combines chemicals with opposing properties and speeds up reactions. The power of mercury to balance diverse substances makes it useful as a mediator in explosive devices, and a mixture of mercury and nitric acid, mercury fulminate, makes a reliable detonator for explosives. Mercury is also used in the making of nuclear bombs as a mediator in the detonation process. Mercury signatures in quicksilver. Mercury moistens and dissolves other metals the way water dissolves salt, and for this reason, the alchemists believed it was the key to the transformation of the metals. The dissolved alloys of mercury are called amalgams, and the ease and speed with which mercury amalgamates with gold makes it of primary importance in the recovery of gold from its ores. Mercury dissolves gold, silver, copper, tin, lead, zinc, cadmium, and all the alkaline metals, but does not affect iron or any members of the iron family, such as nickel and aluminum. The alchemists thought this antipathy between iron and mercury stemmed from the two metals' diametrically opposed signatures. Iron represents the mechanical processes of structuring and control, while mercury represents the living processes of growth and mobility. Since ancient times, Mercury has stood for the life force and the light of awareness in matter. In the writings of alchemists, it is often referred to as Mercurius vivens, living Mercury. Because of its signatures of life and growth, Mercury has long been associated with twisted serpents, such as in the staff of Hermes, the medical caduceus, oriental fighting dragons, shamanic serpents, and even the structure of DNA. All these symbols allude to the fact that the metal mercury somehow carries the principle of life. Strangely, mercury exhibits a breathing pattern when heated almost to its boiling point. At that point it starts sucking in oxygen and produces a yellow-red oxide. Upon further heating, the process reverses, and the mercury expels the oxygen like a metallic lung. This odd characteristic of mercury led chemist James Priestley to discover the element of oxygen. The dual nature of mercury. Mercury has always had a dual nature and was often referred to as the rebes, or double thing, by alchemists. While mercury is a symbol of the life force, it is also intimately connected with the forces of death and decay. While some mercury compounds are therapeutic, others are extremely poisonous. Mercury metal itself is toxic, and its fumes can be lethal. Organic mercury compounds are especially dangerous because they can be readily absorbed into the human body. Methyl mercury is a lethal pollutant from industrial waste found in rivers and lakes, and mining, and the use of mercury in commercial products have increased the organic mercury content of our environment to 10 times its natural level. High concentrations have been detected in shellfish and tuna, as well as other aquatic species, and mercury compounds from soil are detectable in nearly every kind of food. In the body, mercury follows the blood and nerves and goes right for the brain. In a demonstration of mercury's affinity for gold, one 18th century English alchemist put a gold coin in his mouth and then stuck his big toe into a saucer of mercury. Within 30 minutes, the liquid metal had traveled to his mouth and coated the gold coin in a swath of silvery mercury. Unfortunately, he was able to perform his stunt only a few times before he died of mercury poisoning. Mercury poisoning attacks the consciousness and spirit of a person. Symptoms begin with problems in concentration and attention and progress to anxiety, agitation, excessive emotions, impaired motor function, impaired memory, depression, hallucinations, tremors, slurred speech, and mental retardation. The mental deterioration caused by mercury is known as erethism and was first diagnosed among 19th century hat makers who used a mercury compound to kill bacteria in felt and fur hats. The syndrome became known popularly as Mad Hatter's disease. The moon's metal, silver. Silver has been known since ancient times and is mentioned in Genesis. People knew how to separate silver from lead ore as early as 3000 BCE. It has always been popular in jewelry and for coinage, but in the past 150 years, the demand has skyrocketed due to photographic and industrial uses. Our word silver comes from the Anglo-Saxon word silfur, which was their name for the metal silver. The origin of the chemical symbol for silver, Ag, comes from the Latin word argentum, meaning silver. Alchemists associated silver with the moon, which they called Luna and designated the queen of alchemy. They used the name Luna Philosophorum to refer to the planetary spirit of silver. Pure silver has a brilliant white metallic luster associated with the moon. Contrary to popular belief, silver does not tarnish when exposed to pure air or water vapor. It only tarnishes in the presence of sulfur compounds in the air or to ozone. Silver has the highest electrical and heat conductivity of all metals, but also has the peculiar property of reflecting electricity and heat without being affected by it. In other words, heat and electricity pass directly through silver without leaving much behind in the metal. Silver is usually found with deposits of lead and copper. And silver forms the most organic or living crystals of all the metals, which is to say that silver crystals tend to grow into structures that resemble living plants and animals rather than the more mechanical mineral crystals formed by lead and iron. Lunar signatures in silver. Like the moon, silver comes to life in reflected light. Used in the making of mirrors, the lunar metal is the best reflector of visible light known. Silver nitrate, silver bromide, and many other silver salts are photosensitive. In photographic film, the crystals of the silver nitrate actually are rearranged through the action of light. Silver has other lunar signatures. When melted and hardened again, trapped oxygen is expelled in gas eruptions that leave behind a lunar surface pocked with craters. In alchemy, the moon and its metal were always associated with the soul. On the psychological level, the lunar powers represent the subconscious self, of which the conscious self is a reflection. The moon and silver were considered to be analogous to the soul in its state of pure receptivity, summarized Hermeticist Titus Burckhardt, whereas the soul transmuted and illumined by the spirit was analogous to the sun and the metal gold. The moon's influence over silver. The moon is associated with the tides and water, and its influence over the oceans draws silver to it. Most of the silver metal on our planet is now dissolved in seawater. It has also been shown that the behavior of silver nitrate in filter media varies with the phases of the moon. Researchers have even documented disturbances caused by lunar eclipses. The sun's metal, gold. Gold was known and considered sacred from earliest times, and Egyptian inscriptions dating back to 2600 BCE describe gold. Around the world, nearly every culture associated their supreme god or goddess with gold. For many centuries only the images of gods graced gold coins, until Alexander the Great began the trend of rulers' images appearing on gold coins in 330 BCE. The chemical symbol for gold, O, comes from the Latin word aurum, meaning gold. The alchemical cipher for gold is a rendition of the sun, and gold was considered a kind of congealed solar light. Sol is the king of alchemy, and his royal purple color is the indicator of gold particles in solution. Pure gold metal found in nature seems to like the company of the purest white quartz and is also found mixed with deposits of pyrite, fool's gold, and a few other sulfur minerals. Gold rarely unites with any other substance, although it does form compounds with tellurium sulfides and a few other sulfur compounds. Still highly valued, gold is used as coinage and is a standard for monetary systems in many countries. Gold is extremely ductile and malleable and relatively easy for artisans to work with, so it is used in making jewelry and artwork and also in dentistry, electronics, and plating. Because it is an excellent reflector of infrared energy, such as what emerges from the sun, gold is used to coat Earth satellites, interstellar probes, and windows of modern skyscrapers. Solar signatures in gold. Gold is an aloof and stubbornly pure metal when it comes to reacting or even associating with lesser elements. That signature explains many of the chemical characteristics of gold. Unlike other metals, no plants contain even trace amounts of metallic gold, and there are very few gold ores because the noblest metal never alloys with baser metals. It only alloys with silver, although it makes an amalgam with mercury. Gold embodies an inner equilibrium of forces that make it pretty much indestructible. Gold never tarnishes, and whether found buried in the ground, at the bottom of the ocean, in an ancient tomb, or in the ring on your finger, it always looks the same. It is the most flexible, enduring, and beautiful of all metals. The immortal metal is endlessly recycled, and all the gold known today is very nearly equal to all the gold that has ever been mined. Sol philosophorum was the name the alchemists gave to the archetypal principle of the sun, the refined essence of heat and fire expressed in the metal gold. According to the medieval alchemists, nature continually seeks to recreate the perfection it achieved in gold, and every metal yearns to become gold. Gold is at the head of the metals, and alchemists paired it with what in their mind was the strongest and purest planet, the sun. The sun's influence over gold. Chemist Lily Kalisko performed experiments with gold chloride and showed its chemical behavior coincided with events that altered the strength of the sun, such as the weakening in solar forces during solar eclipses or their increase during the summer solstice. Moreover, she found that both silver compounds and gold compounds seemed to be equally influenced by the sun. In the case of silver, the structure or patterns changed, whereas with gold, the colors changed. Silver shapes moved from jagged spikes to smooth rolling forms, but the colors remained hues of gray, while the basic shape of gold patterns remained the same, but the colors changed from brilliant yellows to violet and reddish purple hues. This work, which others have duplicated, presents an amazing confirmation of how the king and queen of alchemy, the archetypal Sol and Luna, work together. The female lunar principle represents soul and form, and the male solar principle represents spirit, energy, and light. The least you need to know. The powers of each of the 7 planets are represented on Earth in the 7 metals of the alchemists. Lead contains the fire of its own transformation. Tin carries the complementary cosmic powers to balance lead. Iron and copper are the king and queen of the metals. Mercury, with the power to dissolve and balance all the other metals, was considered the principle of transformation in the metals. Silver and gold are the universal archetypes of soul and spirit, which were known as Luna and Sol to the alchemists. Part 5. Spiritual alchemy. Changing lead into gold was only a metaphor for a larger process that involved the rejuvenation of the body, the integration of the personality, and the perfection of the human soul. Though they spoke of retorts, furnaces, acids, and chemicals, the alchemists were really talking about changes taking place in their own bodies, minds, and spirits. One of the central ideas in alchemy is that no transformation is complete and lasting unless it occurs simultaneously on all levels of reality, the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. This distinction is what makes alchemy a unique discipline that combines the methods of science, psychology, and religion. On the spiritual level, alchemy seeks to unite the opposing essences of soul and spirit in an operation known as the sacred marriage. The product of this union is the philosopher's stone, which in spiritual alchemy is the embodiment of a permanent state of perfected consciousness. Chapter 18. Mental Alchemy. In this chapter, turning to salt, the first matter within us, the 4 elements in people, planetary forces in the personality, the father of modern alchemy, the 3 phases of mental alchemy. Mental alchemy is the use of alchemical techniques and operations on the psychological level in an attempt to perfect one's character and personality. This is different from spiritual alchemy in that mental alchemy focuses on the existing aspects of the personality and deals with psychological forces in personal transformation. Spiritual alchemy, on the other hand, deals with the universal forces of soul and spirit as they are expressed in individuals. See Chapter 19. To alchemists, the mental or psychological work took place primarily in the material realm in the salt of the personality. In the work of personal transformation, the psychological operations are usually completed during the conjunction, while the spiritual operations don't culminate until the final coagulation, which is the fixation of spirit in a new body or incarnation. Interest in mental alchemy began in the 18th century as people realized that the operations and matter of alchemy could be interpreted in psychological terms. At the time, there was great interest in curing mental illness and alleviating the day-to-day phobias and neuroses that dominated people's lives. The salted personality. The basic problem in personal alchemy is that on the spiritual and mental levels, many individuals become more rigid and less alive as they grow older. For example, many people stubbornly cling to set judgments and outmoded beliefs that limit their range of experience in the world. In the alchemist's view, we all gradually turn to salt as we mature. In alchemy, salt is the principle of the crystallization of energy into set structures. To retrieve that energy, the original salt, our personality, must be dissolved and purified so that it better reflects the essence of who we really are. In other words, as we pass through the trials and tribulations of existence, we form judgments and beliefs that limit or structure our experience. We compromise ourselves and our integrity to conform to the dictates of society, and we end up carrying psychological baggage composed of rejected and suppressed feelings, emotions, thoughts, and desires. Of course, this natural process of adulteration is no fault of our own. It is just how we learn to survive in the world and fit into human society. However, it is also where the work of mental transformation must begin. The first matter in people. Psychologically, the first matter is identical with the dark, irrational forces of the subconscious mind. Like the first matter of the universe, the first matter within us contains all the potential energy and dynamic oppositions necessary to fuel our transformation and achieve the goal of the great work. In the mental work, the first matter to be transformed is the shadowy and chaotic subconscious mind. It is located in the vessel of the human mind, and that is where the work begins. However, the awakened subconscious is a surprisingly powerful force that can generate all kinds of negative energies in the personality. That's why the work of mental alchemy must take place in the hermetically sealed vessel of the mind in the inner laboratory. The energies must be contained and worked on without contaminating the personality or interfering with its functioning in the world. In analytical psychology, the sealed vessel symbolizes the cooperative efforts and confidentiality between the patient and therapist. Sealing the vessel confines all the potentially dangerous psychic matter inside, but as heat from the fires of intense introspection increases, the pressure inside the psychic vessel builds. Jungian therapist Louise von Franz described this process. It is the torture of fire, intensifying the psychological process. One is roasted in what one is, for you roast in what you are yourself and not in anything else. One could say that one is cooked in one's own juice. Just as in the laboratory work, with too much liquid at this stage, the matter tends to putrefy. In mental alchemy, liquid is symbolic of emotions and feelings, so the idea here is to divorce oneself from the intense emotions associated with the contents of the psyche and work more with fire, which is symbolic of the light of objective consciousness. This internal heating results in an evaporative process, in which the emotional energy is slowly driven off. This also removes the original impurities, leaving behind a purer solution of self with which to work. This is the general principle behind working with the chaotic and often threatening energies of the first matter of the subconscious in mental alchemy. This process of recognizing and isolating the first matter is the first step in alchemy, and the work proceeds through the three phases of alchemy with which you are already familiar. See chapters 11 through 13. The four elements in people. In mental alchemy, the structure of one's personality is based on the four elements and originates from the creation of ego out of the chaos of the subconscious, just as the fourfold structure of the universe was created by the action of the four elements emerging from the first matter. As you know from chapter 7, the four elements were believed to be present in the form of humors that made up a person's temperament or personality. The fire element was expressed in the choleric humor, the water element in the melancholic humor, the air element in the sanguine humor, and the earth element in the phlegmatic humor. The four elements in people are also expressed as positive characteristics or virtues, and negative characteristics or vices. For example, the virtues of fire are courage, daring, and enthusiasm, while the vices of fire are anger, jealousy, and vindictiveness. The virtues of water are compassion, love, and creativity, and the vices of water are instability and spinelessness. The virtues of air are diligence, dexterity, and optimism. The vices of air are frivolity, boasting, and squandering. The virtues of earth are endurance, strength, and patience, but the vices of earth are laziness, dullness, and boredom. Psychologist Carl Jung saw the four elements as archetypes existing in the collective subconscious and thus present in everyone. He called them functions. The fire element is expressed in the function of intuition, the water element is expressed in the function of feeling, the air element is expressed in the function of thinking, and the earth element is expressed in the function of sensation. Jung considered fire and air the active, masculine elements and water and earth the passive, feminine elements. In Jungian psychology, the degree of development of each of the four elements in our conscious mind balanced with the subconscious retention of the remaining elements determines our personality and attitude. In both psychology and alchemy, the goal is to develop a balance of the elements within the individual. As far back as Empedocles, 490–430 BCE, philosophers noted that those who have near equal proportions of the four elements are more intelligent and have truer perceptions of reality. Success in mental alchemy requires balancing the elements within one's psyche, and the relationships of the elements within us, whether they oppose or complement one another, determine whether we feel basically happy and balanced or develop neuroses, phobias, and other psychological disturbances. According to Jung, when two opposing elements encounter each other in the personality, there are three possibilities. 1. They may generate psychic energy. 2. They may neutralize each other. 3. They may combine. In alchemy and psychology, the third case is the most important, for it represents the conjunction of opposites that results in a transcendence of conflicting polarities. The planets in people. According to the principles of mental alchemy, the planetary forces are present in our individual personalities. We reach enlightenment by conquering, understanding and controlling the archetypal energies each planet represents. In the cauldron of our personality, the sun is what gives us the desire to transform in the first place. In a sense, the sun wants pure spiritual energy and a new, more perfect identity. The moon, on the other hand, wants physicality and experience. Mercury wants to find inspiration and higher love. If we were to personify these planetary powers, we might portray the sun as the creator, the moon as the nurturer, and Mercury as the thinker. These first three planets represent primordial desires that carry the signatures of the noble metals gold, silver, and quicksilver. They also represent the three essentials of sulfur, sun, Mercury, and salt, moon, within us. The outer planets and base metals are unbalanced and unperfected. Venus suffers from too much water and needs focus and intention. Mars suffers from too much fire and needs compassion and understanding. Jupiter suffers from too much spirit and needs grounding and restraint. And Saturn is too materialistic and structured, it needs growth and expansion. If we were to personify these planetary powers, we might characterize Venus as the lover, Mars as the warrior, Jupiter as the philosopher, and Saturn as the teacher. Jung and alchemy. Swiss psychiatrist Carl Gustav Jung has been called the father of modern alchemy for his efforts to revitalize the ancient art and apply it to mental alchemy. Jung began a lifelong study of the subject after he discovered the images and principles of alchemy surfacing in the dreams and compulsions of his patients. Jung eventually accumulated the largest library of original alchemy texts in Europe and spent many years trying to decipher the writings of the alchemists. He came to appreciate alchemy as a dynamic system of inquiry into the nature of the subconscious. Alchemy, as a nature philosophy of great consideration in the Middle Ages, he said, throws a bridge to the past and their gnosis, and also to the future, the modern psychology of the unconscious. Jung's interest in alchemy was kindled not only by the thoughts and dreams of his patients, but also by his own personal experiences. Long before he discovered alchemy, Jung had the same repeating dream that held a clue to the structure of the human mind. He dreamt that right next to his house was a huge addition or wing that he had not known about. He was amazed that the strange structure was there all the time and he had not realized it. In his dreams, Jung explored the mysterious addition to his house and finally realized the rooms contained things from his subconscious that he had rejected or locked away there. Then, in 1926, Jung had a dream that opened the door to understanding the strange addition in his inner house and shaped the focus of his studies for the rest of his life. He had been intensely searching for a framework for his work with the subconscious but could find no modern discipline, including the psychology of the time, that was powerful enough to encompass the subject. In this unusually powerful dream, he was being held captive in time in the 17th century. Later I understood that this dream was referring to alchemy, he wrote, for in the 17th century alchemy reached its climax. Jung felt the dream was telling him that the subconscious would reveal itself by an in-depth study of medieval alchemy. Jung's exhaustive studies revealed that the operations of alchemy were at work in the human mind. It was an astonishing discovery that confirmed the alchemist's teaching that the principles of alchemy were universal and took place on all levels of reality. As depicted in the following figure, the operations of alchemy are like a stairway leading to the perfection of the inner person. The blindfolded person in the lower right corner has not yet discovered the path of alchemy, while the person to his left is trying to tell him that there is life in the dark caves of the mountain. This hidden life is the subconscious mind, and its contents are symbolized by rabbits who live underground. The psychological operations of alchemy. Jung saw that the first matter in people is the subconscious mind, and that it is the subject of transformation in mental alchemy. According to Jung, the philosopher's stone in mental alchemy is the perfection of the personality. This natural alchemical process is the gradual transformation from a false, fragmented, and distorted personality into a whole or integrated personality in which psychic elements and energies are balanced. The black phase of mental alchemy. As in other kinds of alchemy, the blackening is the first sign that the processes of mental alchemy are beginning. The Saturn signatures of depression and melancholia arouse suspicions that all is not right and cause us to slow down and examine our inner life. The blackening is always seen as the death of the first matter or the removal of life and energy from it. In psychology, it is the death of old habits, attitudes, relationships, unhealthy attachments, and dependencies, and the withdrawal of psychological projections in which we blame others for our own predicament. Primary among these factions taking shape within the first matter is the shadow, which is the inferior part of the personality that lives in the darkness. Think of the shadow as those mental elements that are incompatible with the chosen conscious attitude. In mental alchemy, these rejected elements coalesce into a splinter personality, which is a concentration of subconscious energy that the alchemists liken to a threatening dragon. To defeat that dragon and keep it from taking control of your life, the shadow and dark aspects of yourself must be brought to light, confronted, and assimilated into consciousness. All the unpleasant feelings of guilt and worthlessness must be suffered through in this alchemical process of mortification. Both in the lab and in the mental work, this is a dangerous period during which poisonous vapors are released and vessels explode due to overheating. On the psychological level, the operations of calcination and dissolution are necessary to differentiate one's ego from the shadow and to reinvent oneself on a higher level that psychologists call the self. Carl Jung clarified how the mental work proceeded for medieval alchemists. the profound darkness that shrouds the alchemical procedure comes from the fact that although the alchemist was interested in the chemical part of the work, he also used it to devise a nomenclature for the psychic transformation that really fascinated him. Although the alchemists lacked the modern psychiatric system of classification to describe this inner transformation, they invented their own unique terminology that applied to all levels of their work. The white phase of mental alchemy. At the moment of the death of the shadow and the splintered personality during the black phase of mental alchemy, the white phase begins to unfold. A person rises up from depression and reports feeling suddenly relieved, refreshed, and optimistic. It is the daybreak of the new personality free of its gross and rejected parts. Psychic energy is no longer shared between the inner forces of light and darkness and is now becoming fully available to the resurrected self. The matter has suffered through the black phase and starts coming back to life. This moment is highly rewarding in both the practical laboratory work and in the work in the inner lab. The focus of the white phase in mental alchemy is a washing or purification of psychic contents separated out from the black phase. This takes place entirely in the twilight of daybreak in a mix of rational thoughts and irrational feelings in one's own mind, or in free-flowing conversation in the office of a therapist. There is no more reason to hide your dirty linen, because you have freed it of its contaminating guilt. During this separation process, the opposing forces and essences of the psyche are clearly discerned. If the opposing essences remain separated and generate new energy, the energy will be used up in some sort of creative endeavor, such as an artist giving his inspiration a new form. If these essences simply merge and neutralize each other, no new energy is produced, and the merging is considered an alchemical stillbirth. If, however, the opposing essences unite in a fertile marriage of opposites, then a new element is born that incorporates the essences of both. This is the alchemical conjunction, the transcendence of conflicting polarities and the creation of a higher form known as the philosopher's child. This is the product of the operation of conjunction, and if it survives, it grows into the perfected philosopher's stone. The red phase of mental alchemy. If the white phase concludes in a successful conjunction of opposites, then the red phase of alchemy begins. This is the true sunrise of the mental work, when all forces and elements have been assimilated into conscious awareness. If, however, there are unassimilated subconscious elements or the ego raises its ugly head as pride, then the matter is still contaminated and cannot proceed without further purification. This often happens both in the lab and in the mental work and initiates a period of putrefaction similar to the black phase. The length and intensity of the putrefaction depends on the degree of contamination. If the putrefaction of all remaining traces of impurities is successful, then the life-giving operation of fermentation begins. In mental alchemy, fermentation is the introduction of spiritual forces into the personality, which gives us a sense of purpose and new energy for life. A process of mental distillation begins as we try to assimilate the spiritual forces from above and unite them with the forces of the personality from below. This is sometimes called the vertical work, and it is exemplified by the circulation of the light meditation we discussed in Chapter 13. As the red phase of alchemy proceeds, the process of coagulation begins naturally. Once the level of purification in distillation reaches a certain stage, the red stone will form all by itself. The true key to the stone, and the last operation over which the alchemist has any control, is distillation. The process of distillation, whether in the lab or in the mind, is really a process of gradual multiplication of powers, an amplification of energy that eventually condenses into a completely new material. The least you need to know. Mental alchemy is the use of alchemical techniques to perfect the personality. The first matter in people is the chaotic and powerful subconscious mind. Each of the four elements is expressed in mental functions common to all people. The planetary forces in people are archetypal energies that determine our temperament and personality. Carl Jung is considered the father of modern alchemy. The black, white, and red phases take place on the psychological level of transformation as well as in the alchemist's laboratory. Chapter 19. Alchemy of the Soul. In this chapter, Taming the Dragons of Alchemy, the Light of the True Imagination, Kinds of Alchemical Meditation, Secrets of the Azoth Drawing, Spiritual alchemy, which focuses on the perfection of the soul, began in ancient Egypt with efforts to connect the pharaohs with their divine nature and later developed into the Hermetic teachings that evolved into alchemy. Spiritual alchemy seeks to transform and perfect the immortal essence that is in all of us. Most alchemists would argue that alchemy has always been a spiritual discipline that delved into metallurgy and chemistry, only to find in nature a universal pattern of transformation that could be applied to the spiritual work. Just as alchemists try to awaken the metals to their true nature in gold, so do spiritual alchemists try to awaken the soul and body to their spiritual nature. In spiritual alchemy, the transformation of lead into gold is analogous to spiritual progress. The base metals have yet to mature into the incorruptible perfection of gold, just as the common person has not yet achieved her full ripeness of spiritual embodiment. So the great work, which is the creation of the philosopher's stone, is not simply about turning lead into gold, nor is it about the production of the elixir of life to gain immortality. The philosopher's stone represents a level of achievement, a touchstone of proof indicating the alchemist has already succeeded in the inner work of spiritual transformation. The dragons of spiritual alchemy. No symbol in alchemy captures the energies encountered in spiritual work better than that of the dragon. Alchemists both East and West believed in dragons, if not in the real sense, then certainly as archetypal energies embedded in the very fabric of the universe. In fact, if we do not understand the nature of the dragon, much of the advanced alchemical wisdom will be beyond our grasp. So the first step in spiritual alchemy is to seek out the dragon. Where do we find a dragon? Anywhere. The dragon is in everything. Its scales are in the bark of trees, its claws gouged out the great canyons. The dragon's roar is heard in the thunder, and its forked tongue is the lightning. The dragon is a composite of the features of many animals and represents the chaotic matrix of nature of which our lives are part. Dragons derive their power from the primordial first matter from which all things spring. Unleashing the dragon into the world is one of the primary goals of alchemists. To alchemists, the dragon represents boundless unstructured energy and the primordial life force. An old alchemical saying advises, "Opponere draconum est prehendere vitam." To face the dragon is to seize life. Facing the dragon occurs during the black phase of alchemy, see chapter 11. Accepting the dragon as part of our lives is difficult for most people. The dragon is the underlying chaos in our lives, our culture, and our bodies that is part of the unknown, part of the dark side of the universe. Spiritual leaders, from prehistoric shamans to Buddha and Christ, all began their spiritual journey by realizing how much chaos and suffering are in the world. Once you muster the courage to face the dragon, you can do nothing but accept it. Surrendering to the dragon begins during the white phase of alchemy, see chapter 12. During this stage of purification, you must acknowledge both the chaotic powers in the world and also the chaos within yourself. Part of this purification is the realization that the dragon is never all good or all bad. You have to suspend judgment to accept the powers of nature and realize that the universe is not just about you and your comfort. A greater pattern exists, and the energy of the dragon is what fulfills it. The last step in dealing with dragons is the most dangerous. It is the act of unleashing the dragon, which marks the red phase of alchemy, see chapter 13. In alchemy, the dragon destroys any structure or salt, any gross elements that exist in a person's spirit. If you are free of falsity, devoid of ego, and pure of spirit, there is a chance the dragon will not devour you. Oddly, the real trick to unleashing the dragon is not to confront it but to disappear before it notices you. Be still, the alchemists advised. Rest in the arms of the dragon. In spiritual alchemy, if you can quietly merge with the primal energies of the universe, the dragon's powers will follow the light of your own mind. The true imagination. In Hermetic philosophy, the light of mind directs the transformation of energy into matter. The same principle of divine light manifesting the whole universe from the chaos of the first matter works in each one of us. This principle is the source of the alchemist's fascination with what Paracelsus called the true imagination. The true imagination of the alchemists should not be confused with daydreaming or fantasy. In his writings, Carl Jung referred to it by the Latin imaginatio to differentiate it from the common concept of imagination. True imagination actually envisions the subtle processes of nature and connects with the divine archetypes. It is the concentrated awareness of real imagining. According to Paracelsus, the true imagination leads life thus deciphered back to its spiritual reality, and it then takes the name of meditation. What he meant was that the true imagination envisions the divine source of anything, and the primary way to access it is in meditation. This hidden reality is always present, but the eyes of ordinary men do not see it. Only the mind's eye of the purified intellect and the force of the true imagination can perceive the true vision of which the alchemists spoke. The true imagination attempts to capture the essence of things as God dreams them. Therefore, when Hermetic writers speak of seeing with the eyes of spirit, they are describing a process that penetrates into the mystery of things beyond their outward appearance. Alchemical meditation. Most often the methods recommended by alchemists for entering the true imagination consisted of prolonged and silent invocation of divine powers. Sometimes a person's inner angel or good angel was invoked. In their meditations, the alchemists were seeking to find the angelic ray that unites the world of forms with the divine ideals that are the source of everything. In the Hermetic view, the creation of the universe took place through meditation, the focusing of the light of the mind of God. All things have come from this one thing, says the Emerald Tablet, through the meditation of one mind. The source of the one mind is the same for everyone and can be found in meditation. Meditation was very important to the alchemists and was even part of their practical laboratory work. However, during the heyday of alchemy in the Middle Ages, the concept of meditation was a dangerous idea to talk about. Just saying that people could make contact with the divine through private meditation and prayer was enough for the church to burn a person at the stake. In general, the meditations of alchemists are marked by 3 magisteriums or accomplishments. These 3 accomplishments made Hermes thrice greatest and correspond to the 3 levels of reality: the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. Lunar meditations work on the physical and bodily level. Solar meditations work on the mental and psychological level. And stellar, or cosmic, meditations work on the level of spirit and the divine or cosmic powers. Lunar meditation is cultivating the stillness and the darkness within to discover the deeper essence we all possess. It is an introverted journey to the underworld of matter and body to seek out the spark of light trapped there that is our essence. During lunar meditations, we plumb the depths of soul in a deeply relaxed state that seeks connection with subconscious or dormant powers. Solar meditation is a more extroverted journey into the realm of light and consciousness. During solar meditation, we attempt to break the shackles of ego and cultural controls to seek higher consciousness. By exposing the self-deception in our thoughts and using mantras and other meditation gimmicks to lull our everyday ego mind into submission, we purify and increase our personal consciousness. Stellar meditation requires the merging of lunar and solar consciousness in the most powerful of all the alchemist's tools. By retrieving the sparks of light trapped in our bodies and uniting them with the light of consciousness freed from egotistical control, we create a brilliant beacon to the universe. Through stellar meditation, we attempt to connect with the source of all spiritual power, the one mind of the universe. This state requires a truly free and purified consciousness, free of psychological, genetic, and social restraints to our being. A higher presence that becomes our true guide in alchemical transformation fills the void created by this death of our worldly connections. And it is at this level of mind that Thoth/Hermes is said to speak to us directly. The Azoth of the philosophers. As an example of one of the many meditative emblems used by alchemists in their spiritual work, let's look at a drawing known as the Azoth of the philosophers, which the legendary German alchemist Basil Valentine published in 1659. The word Azoth is another name for the first matter. The A and Z in the word convey the idea of something complete and all-encompassing, everything from A to Z. The diagram, shown in the following figure, is arranged like a mandala, a geometric circular emblem used to focus meditation, and at its center lies the face of a bearded alchemist at the beginning of the work. Like looking into a mirror, this is where the adept fixes his attention to begin meditation. The downward pointing triangle superimposed over the face of the alchemist represents water in the sense of divine grace pouring down from heaven. The schematic body of the alchemist is shown in perfect balance with the four elements as depicted by his arms and legs. His right foot is firmly planted on earth and his left is in water. In his right hand is a torch of fire, and in his left hand an ostrich feather symbolizing air. The alchemist also stands balanced between the masculine and feminine powers in the background. Sol, the archetypal Sun King, is seated on a lion to his right. Luna, the archetypal Moon Queen, is seated on a great fish in the ocean to his left. Sol holds a scepter and a shield, indicating his authority and strength over the visible world, but the fiery dragon of the rejected contents of his subconscious waits patiently in a cave beneath him. Luna holds the reins to a great fish, symbolizing her control of the forces of nature, and behind her is a chaff of wheat, which stands for her connection to fertility and growth. The bow and arrows she cradles in her left arm symbolize the wounds of the heart and body she accepts as part of her existence. Between the legs of the alchemist is a smaller triangle labeled corpus, meaning body. The 5 stars surrounding it indicate that the body also contains the hidden fifth element, the invisible quintessence or life force. Where the head of the alchemist should be, there is a strange winged caricature. This represents the ascended essence, the essence of the soul raised to the highest level. In the body, touching the wings of the ascended essence are a salamander engulfed in flames on the left side of the drawing and a standing bird on the right. Below the salamander is the inscription anima, soul. Below the bird is the inscription spiritus, spirit. The 3 essentials of spiritus, anima, and corpus, spirit, soul, and body, form a large inverted triangle that stands behind the central emblem of the alchemist. Together they symbolize the archetypal energies the alchemists termed sulfur, mercury, and salt. The Azoth of the philosophers. The operations of the Azoth. The 7 rays placed in a circular pattern around the body of the alchemist indicate the progressive level of transformation. Numbered from 1 to 7, these contain the cipher of the corresponding planet and metal. Next to each ray is a circle containing a scene, which elaborates on the meaning of the operations performed at that stage. The ray of Saturn. Looking at the figure, you can see that the first ray in the Azoth is the black ray labeled number 1. Representing the beginning of the ladder of the planets, it is marked by the cipher that stands for both the metal lead and the planet Saturn, which is the archetypal situation at the beginning of the work. The square symbol for salt, also shown in the first ray, indicates the work begins in the unredeemed or imperfect matter. The first circle, between rays 1 and 2, shows a black crow perching on top of a skull. Next to it is the Latin word visita, which means to visit or start a journey. Black crows are symbols of the initial black phase of alchemy, during which the subject of transformation is purified by breaking it down during mortification and calcination. The ray of Jupiter. The second ray is marked with the symbol that stands for both the metal tin and the planet Jupiter. And the corresponding second circle depicts the black crow watching itself being dissolved. The word on the outer ring near this circle contains the word interiora, referring to the interior or innermost parts. The operation at this stage is a further process of mortification known as dissolution. The ray of Mars. The cipher signifying both the metal iron and the planet Mars marks the third ray of the Azoth, which is also marked with a smaller symbol denoting sulfur, one of the three essentials of alchemy. Iron and sulfur come together chemically in vitriol or sulfuric acid, the aggressive liquid fire of the alchemists. The third circle depicts the alchemical operation of separation. The black, earthbound crow splits into two white birds that retrieve the saved remains from the earlier operations. This is the first coming together of soul and spirit and represents the beginning of the white phase of purification. In the ring above this circle is written terra, meaning of the earth and referring to the real essences being separated out from the dregs of matter at this stage. The ray of the Sunday. In the fourth ray, the cipher stands for both gold and the sun. The fourth circle depicts the twin birds of soul and spirit leaving the earth together, lifting a five-spiked crown which represents the fifth element or quintessence recovered from the preceding operations. At this point in the work, the operation of conjunction begins, which recombines the saved essences of soul and spirit into a new, living incarnation. In the ring above the fourth circle is inscribed the word rectificando, which means setting things right. This is the turning point in alchemy, when the matter begins the process of spiritization. The ray of Venus. The Azoth's fifth ray is marked with the cipher that stands for both copper and Venus. The fifth circle is under the inscription in Venis, you will discover. In this operation of fermentation, the essences of soul and spirit come together into a new life, which is the beginning of the red phase of empowerment. The corresponding circle shows the birds of soul and spirit nesting in a tree, brooding over the alchemical egg. The ray of Mercury. In the sixth ray, the cipher for the metal Mercury, Quicksilver, and the planet Mercury appears, as well as an identical smaller symbol indicating the principle of Mercury in the three essentials. Distillation is the operation at this stage, which is represented in the sixth circle by a unicorn lying on the ground in front of a rose bush. According to legend, the unicorn runs tirelessly from pursuers but lies meekly on the ground when approached by a virgin. The virgin is the purified matter at this stage, which has returned to a state of innocence and potential. Above the circle is the word occultum, meaning secret or hidden, because the essences at this stage are carried invisibly by the distilling waters. The ray of the moon. The seventh ray contains the symbol that stands for both the metal silver and the moon, the level of manifestation in the Azoth. The seventh and final circle shows an androgynous youth emerging from an open grave, with the Latin word lapidum, the stone, on the outer ring next to it. This stage of the operation is coagulation, in which the philosopher's child is born. The resurrection of the soul is accomplished by bringing together only the purest essences of one's body, soul, and spirit under the guiding light of meditation. The least you need to know. Spiritual alchemy focuses on the perfection of the soul. Dragons in spiritual alchemy represent the archetypal powers of the first matter. The true imagination connects with the hidden realities of the universe. The three kinds of alchemical meditation are lunar, solar, and stellar. The Azoth of the philosopher's drawing contains a coded formula for the creation of the philosopher's stone. Chapter 20. The Sacred Marriage. In this chapter, the sacred marriage on the personal level. The child of the sacred marriage. Alchemy of the Eucharist. The three marriages. The psychology of the sacred marriage. In alchemy, a marriage of two different substances is known as a conjunction, which literally means to join with. For instance, we can view the merging of silver and mercury to form silver amalgam, commonly used in dentistry, as a conjunction. The combining or conjoining of substances that takes place during conjunction usually produces a new substance with its own characteristics, and this new substance or compound is called the child of the conjunction. Most often in alchemy, the child of the conjunction is viewed as a hermaphrodite, a gross melting of the characteristics of the original substances. When the conjunction involves the union of living essences or archetypal energies, the event is very powerful and produces a totally new incarnation of energies known as the stone. At this level of the great work, the product of the marriage is known as the philosopher's child. If the essences involved in conjunction are the primal immortal essences of soul and spirit, the event is very special indeed. Known as the sacred marriage, it is the most important event in alchemy. Whether in the laboratory work, the mental work, or the spiritual work of alchemy, the sacred marriage is considered the crucial turning point in the transformation of the matter. The sacred marriage in you. The sacred marriage on the personal level is the marriage of the sun and the moon within, the union of your own spirit with soul to produce a new empowered presence. The alchemists saw this as a passionate coming together of the elements fire and water, an act of inner love that united all the opposing forces within a person. The sacred marriage is the creation of a whole new personality from the essences of soul and spirit we have discovered within us, and it takes a lot of courage, passion, and devotion to succeed in uniting them. Conjunction is what we experience when we fall in love with another person, and it is also the communion we feel with all of nature. But when it deals with the essences of soul and spirit within us, it becomes the sacred marriage. The inner marriage. Though they often depicted the sacred marriage as outright sexual intercourse, the alchemists were trying to describe inner experiences. They realized that no matter how fervently one desires to possess the qualities of soul and spirit recognized in another person, romantic love often fails. However, it is possible to bring together those same essences of soul and spirit that we fall in love within another person together within ourselves. That which failed to become two in one flesh will succeed in becoming two in one spirit, noted one spiritual alchemist. Earthly lovers, however greatly they may love, wrote another, must be distinct and separate from one another, but you pour yourself so utterly into the soul's essence that no part of you remains outside. Among the most disturbing images of the sacred marriage are those that describe it as an act of incest or masturbation, and some medieval churchmen even accused alchemists of advocating lewd behavior. In the view of Carl Jung, the symbolic incest is the descent into or the penetration of the subconscious. The mother is the subconscious, and the son is the conscious. The marriage is a return to the womb of the mother. For most Hermetic writers, such scenes were metaphors for the inner union that took place between the alchemist's own soul and spirit. The primary symbol for the sacred marriage in alchemy is the six-pointed star, in which the two interlocking triangles signify the union of opposites. The triangle pointing upward is the alchemical cipher for fire and symbolizes spirit, God, the sun, and the masculine ego. The triangle pointing downward is the cipher for water and symbolizes soul, the goddess, the moon, and the feminine unconscious. Sometimes the symbol also stands for the child of the sacred marriage or the philosopher's stone. Birth of the philosopher's stone. As we have seen, alchemy uses many opposing concepts, like fire and water, sun and moon, Mars and Venus, lead and gold, dryness and wetness, warmth and cold, volatile and fixed, matter and spirit. The union of these opposites constitutes a conjunction. Many laboratory experiments confirmed the idea that something new was born from the conjunction of some substances. For example, in an ancient experiment known to Alexandrian alchemists, mixing potassium nitrate and sulfuric acid produces a blue-colored solution of aqua fortis, literally strong water or nitric acid, that can be used to separate silver from gold. In the reaction, a solid residue precipitates out of the solution like a child being born from the womb. Potassium nitrate was also known as cubic saltpeter and was often referred to simply as natron, which represented the principle of salt in alchemy. Sulfur was obtained from vitriol, the highly symbolic chemical known as the green dragon. That the mixture of these two archetypal substances would produce a child in precipitation was considered highly significant by early alchemists. In the following figure, we see a depiction of the formation of the precipitate or stone from the marriage of opposites. The two dragons represent the opposing lunar and solar forces of conjunction. Their heads are twisted backward as they seek out the complementary solar, masculine, or lunar, feminine, energy that will complete them. This natural urge to find balance in the embrace of our opposite is what makes the world go round. This act results in the birth or precipitation of the stone, which is shown as the round ball on which the dragons perch. The marriage of opposites. In the same way precipitates form in some chemical reactions, the philosopher's stone is formed during the sacred marriage, which is the union of the divine spirit with the soul and finally with the body. According to some authors, the great work has been accomplished when the divine spirit has been brought down to impregnate the soul with light. This act results in the purification and assimilation of the physical body, so that spirit, soul, and body unite to form a new or resurrected body of light. The sacred marriage in Christian alchemy. Christian alchemy began in the Middle Ages in the writings of alchemists, who saw parallels between the work of alchemy and the life of Christ. Christ was viewed as the philosopher's stone and was referred to in many treatises as simply the lapis or stone. Christians view the sacred marriage as the union of one's soul with the eternal spirit of Christ. Christ consciousness is born out of that union, and Christ himself, as the philosopher's stone, then becomes the magical touchstone that transforms one's life. In Christian alchemy, every event in the life of Christ is a metaphor for operations in the great work. The virgin birth and nativity of Jesus represent the birth of the philosopher's child, and his subsequent separation, conjunction, fermentation, and sublimation produced the essence of the divine life that is available for all of us. The Holy Sacrament is believed to contain the most profound secrets of spiritual alchemy and is said to offer anyone a way to experience the transformation of the soul. Out of this mystical marriage, Christ as the philosopher's stone is born again within the worshipper. Transubstantiation is the Christian term for the process of alchemical transmutation. According to Christian alchemy, all three phases of the great work were played out in the last 3 days in the life of Jesus. The black phase of alchemy was Christ's suffering on Calvary, the white phase was his lingering death on the cross, and his resurrection was the perfection of his soul in the red phase of alchemy. In both Gnostic and Christian alchemy, the place where the supreme mystery of the sacred marriage occurs is called the bridal chamber. The Gospel of Philip instructs the initiate that he will receive the heavenly light in the bridal chamber. If anyone does not receive the light while he is here, it warns, he will not be able to receive it in the other place, for when he leaves the world he has already received the truth. The experience one receives in the bridal chamber has something to do with the resurrection of the soul. For instance, in the Gnostic text, the exegesis of the soul, the feminine soul falls from heaven and is entrapped in the physical world. She returns to heaven by incest with her brother in a mysterious bridal chamber. And when she had intercourse with him, says the text, she got from him the seed that is the life-giving spirit, and this is the resurrection that is from the dead. The three marriages in alchemy. Some alchemists claim that 3 conjunctions in alchemy correspond to the 3 magisteriums or accomplishments of the great work. The first marriage in the work of transformation is the lunar marriage or unio mentalis, Latin for union in the mind. This marriage occurs when the soul separates itself from the body or when the alchemist becomes conscious of these as 2 separate entities. This occurs when the soul and the spirit unite and become separated from the body. It is like a voluntary rejection or death of the body in relation to the united soul and spirit. The second or solar marriage occurs when the united soul and spirit, the unio mentalis, unites with the body, which has now been completely purified by the spiritual or solar energies. The third and final union is the stellar marriage in which the body soul spirit unites with the unus mundus, the one world. The unus mundus is the whole universe seen as one thing, which contains all of the potential of the first matter on the first day of creation. The idea is expressed in the alchemical motto all is one. This is the cosmic marriage or the union of everything we are with everything that is. The body at this level is the salt of the stars, the astral body, or the body of light. The sacred marriage in psychology. Carl Jung titled the last book he wrote Mysterium Conjunctionis, Latin for Mystery of the Conjunction. He considered it his most important book, and scholars are still amazed at the depth and intuitive grasp of the principles of alchemy he showed in this work. The book focused on the marriage or archetypal union between the powers of Sol, the Sun, and Luna, the Moon. Jung used the alchemical term hieros, Latin for sacred marriage, for this event. Jung felt that one alchemical text in particular defined the archetype of the sacred marriage. Called the Rosarium Philosophorum, Rose Garden of the Philosophers, this manuscript first appeared in the 1550 edition of an anthology called De Alchemia, The Alchemy. The Rosarium depicts the sacred marriage in a series of 20 woodcuts showing Sol and Luna in various stages of conjunction. As the sacred marriage progresses, the male essence or soul, representing spirit or energy, merges completely with the female essence or Luna, representing soul or matter. As depicted in the Rosarium, this union is achieved through coitus or the sexual union of Sol and Luna. Their lovemaking symbolizes the mystical union of opposites. The bride represents the soul or incarnate self, and the bridegroom represents the spirit or disincarnate self. The product of this sacred marriage, the child of Sol and Luna, is a new archetype known as the divine child or divine androgyne. This is the same archetype as the alchemical hermaphrodite or rebes, the double thing. In Jungian psychology, the inner marriage of the opposites within the psyche, which include masculine and feminine, conscious and subconscious, divine and human forces, gives birth to the self. The self is the archetype of wholeness in a person. According to Jung, the realization of the self archetype is the real goal of the alchemical quest. There is no doubt that Carl Jung's interpretation of alchemical symbols proved very powerful. His discovery of alchemy completely changed his life and inspired a whole new therapy known as depth psychology. In the garden of Jung's home in Bollingen, Switzerland, stands a large cube-shaped monument inscribed by Jung in his own hand with alchemical symbols. This square stone symbolized Jung's work in the world. In his last dream before his death, Jung saw a huge round stone engraved with the words, "And this shall be a sign unto you of wholeness and oneness." For him, it was the philosopher's stone and a sign that he had followed the right path in life. The least you need to know. A conjunction is a union of two substances or forces. The sacred marriage is a conjunction of the essences of soul and spirit. The three marriages in alchemy are lunar, solar, and stellar. In psychology, the child of the sacred marriage is the integrated self. Part 6. Modern alchemy. People in all walks of life are discovering that the images and methods of alchemy have great meaning in the everyday world, and alchemy is synonymous in our culture with the idea of positive growth and change. Leaders in such diverse fields as business, psychology, and the arts are eager to apply the ancient operations of alchemy to release new creative energy into their work. Readers of the mega-selling Harry Potter series are spellbound by its magical characters and alchemical themes. which author J.K. Rowling freely admits she borrowed from alchemy books dating back over 500 years. Quantum physicists and scientists working in many other fields muse about the new alchemy, in which consciousness is seen as a force of nature, just as the alchemists believed. Chapter 21. Alchemy and Medicine. In this chapter, the search for the elixir of life, accumulating the energy of life, the cures of Paracelsus, the healing properties of metals. The obsession to change base metals into gold was not the only goal of the alchemists. They also sought to discover the panacea or universal cure for all diseases. Also known as the elixir of life, alchest, universal solvent, or azoth, universal remedy, this medicine would carry the power of the philosopher's stone to transmute and perfect or cure anything. Alchemists have always provided natural remedies for a variety of ailments because they possessed a powerful arsenal of herbs and compounds with knowledge of how they acted in the body. The life force. According to alchemists, health can be measured by how much life force is available in the body. This life energy has been called by different names in various traditions, and alchemists as far back as 3000 BCE have tried to understand the life force. The Egyptians associated it with the symbol of the Ankh, which is an ancient cipher for the morning star, planet Venus. The Taoist alchemists named it Qi, the Hindus called it Prana, and the European alchemists associated it with the quintessence. In alchemical terms, the body is actually a special state of matter that might best be described as spirit matter to reflect the fact that it is animated matter infused with a life force of its own. Whatever it is called, the alchemists treated this special energy of life like a chemical ingredient. They believed they could separate it from living matter and actually add it to their experiments just like any other chemical. In fact, many medieval alchemists actually claimed to have created little animated beings called homunculi by adding the life force ingredient into batches of chemicals. Alchemists believed they could use this same separated energy to heal disease and rejuvenate the body, and therefore attempted to capture its essence in their elixirs. The life force is the source of the undifferentiated energy that is available for the transformations of cells and the life of the organs. In alchemy, the cells and organs are thought of as vessels of transformative energy in the body, and each organ is associated with a planet or astrological sign that describes this energy. Paracelsian medicine. Foremost among the alchemists devoted to healing was Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, otherwise known as Paracelsus, whom we've met in earlier chapters. Born in Switzerland in 1493, he entered the University of Basel at the age of 16 and studied alchemy, surgery, and medicine. He developed into an iconoclastic genius and is considered the first modern medical scientist. Paracelsus pioneered scores of medical techniques and is the founder of modern methods of antisepsis, wound treatments, and pharmacology. He was the first person to treat and understand the causes and symptoms of syphilis, and he treated epilepsy as a disease and not an affliction caused by demonic possession as the Church insisted. He also was the first person to consider environmental factors as the cause of disease, and noted that dust and vapors caused lung afflictions among miners. He introduced the use of opium narcotics, mineral compounds, and medicinal mercury preparations. Paracelsus taught that physicians should seek to find ways to stimulate the body to heal itself and not use drastic measures that weakened the body, such as bloodletting. He felt that everything carried a divine image of its perfect state that could be accessed for healing. He called this divine inner principle the archeus, from the Greek word for ancient. The archeus is the oldest part of a substance's first matter that goes back to when it was just an ideal form or thought in the divine mind. It is the source of health that presides over the growth and well-being of every living thing. Paracelsus believed that everyone had an inner star or astral body that could be accessed to embody a state of perfect health and immortality. This new body was the source of a heavenly medicine beyond matter. The divine power is the heavenly medicine, Paracelsus said. It accomplishes what no natural force can accomplish. There is no field on earth in which heavenly medicine grows or lies hidden, other than the resurrected flesh or the new body of man. Only in the new body have all its words force and efficacy here on earth. This heavenly medicine works according to the will of the man of the new birth. For it does not operate in the mortal body, but only in the eternal body. Paracelsus is said to have discovered a miraculous remedy he called the azoth, which is an ancient name for the universal solvent or cure. In the work with metals, the azoth is the first principle or mercurial essence from which all the metals arose, and it has been described as a fiery water or electrical plasma that contains all the archetypal powers of the metals. As we saw in chapter 19, the azoth drawing is a meditative emblem that attempts to systematically transform these powers within the alchemist. Paracelsus said his azoth acted like a universal remedy or alexipharmakon, counter-poison, and he kept it close at hand at all times. Strange confirmation of this comment comes in portraits of Paracelsus commissioned in the early 16th century. In the paintings, the pommel of the sword on which Paracelsus rests his hand bears the inscription Azoth. Paracelsus was a tireless defender of his ideas. He traveled extensively and was ruthless in his attacks on charlatans and puffers. He died in 1541 in a small room at the White Horse Inn in Salzburg, Austria, and his body was buried nearby in St. Sebastian Cemetery. Sick and troubled people still visit the old church cemetery to seek a cure at his gravesite. Paracelsus, definitely more appreciated after his death than while he lived, became known both as the German Hermes and the father of modern medicine. Healing with the metals. The azoth was thought to be a universal cure because it embodied all the archetypal energies of the metals. Alchemists believed these energies, which originated with the planets, governed our lives, relationships, and health in invisible ways. Over the centuries, these alchemists developed a powerful arsenal of metallic remedies. In the following figure, we see an alchemist preparing his medicine. All the necessary components are shown. Through the window we witness the cosmic energies of the sun and moon coming together above, while the alchemist points to a plant from which he has isolated the essence, which is symbolized by the cipher for Mercury. The work is accomplished using the fire in his furnace to his right and the secret fire within him. This inner fire of the alchemist is symbolized by the lion, Leo, devouring a serpent. The serpent is the classic symbol of the life force, which the alchemist sublimates and sacrifices for his medicine during the final stages of the work. An alchemist prepares his cures. Healing with lead. Although lead is poisonous, alchemists have always tried to tame it and use it to tap into the Saturn energy that supports and enhances the structures of life. Saturn and lead rule the spleen, skeleton, and bone marrow. Oil of lead was one preparation made by alchemists that sought to capture the signatures of lead to heal. Made from the ashes of incinerated lead and powdered lead ore, galena, which were dissolved in a strong vegetable alkali, this metallic solution was then fermented, and a fiery red oil resulted. The astringent oil was rubbed into the skin to encourage the growth of bones after breaking, strengthen the skeleton, prevent the atrophy of muscles and connective tissue, and stimulate the spleen, as well as increase one's patience and stop visions and hallucinations. In the like cures like philosophy of homeopathy, lead is used to treat sclerosis, the hardening of bones and arteries, which is the hallmark of old age and a signature of lead. The homeopathic name of lead is plumbum metallicum. Healing with tin. Tin carries the preserving qualities of Jupiter. Flowers last longer in tin vases, and food has remained preserved in tin cans for over a century. Jupiter rules growth, the metabolic system, the liver, and the enrichment of the blood from food. In the Middle Ages, Sick people were served food on a tin plate and drinks in a tin vessel to help them regenerate and recover their strength. Today, we know that tin acts as a bactericide and pesticide and plays an important role in the regeneration of skin and many of the structuring processes in the growth of cells in the body. The alchemists made an oil of tin that ruled the liver, cartilage, and muscles. They made the oil by incinerating metallic tin and dissolving the ashes in a strong vegetable alkali. The solution was then fermented, and the result was a black tar-like substance they called the oil of tin. They used this oil to treat jaundice, hepatitis, cirrhosis, ovarian cysts, acne, water retention, and obesity. It was taken internally to cure parasites and relieve constipation, and it was also an antidote for mercury poisoning. The homeopathic form of tin is called stannum, a remedy which is said to strengthen and regenerate muscle and brain tissue. It is also a remedy for problems with the joints and connective tissue of ligaments and cartilage. Stannum is beneficial in liver disease and is used for congestion, hardening, encephalitis, and other illnesses where the balance of fluids is upset. The powers of Jupiter in tin are accessed in magical rituals and spells to promote abundance, prosperity, and success in business, attract what you desire, increase energy, and promote regeneration and rejuvenation. Amulets and talismans representing Jupiter are made of tin or tin-bearing pewter and charged with Jupiter's signatures. Jupiter's energy is said to be transmitted by lightning and the thunderbolt, which is the primary symbol used in rituals. For instance, in Tibetan Buddhist ceremonies, the dorhe, or thunderbolt, is the stylized magical instrument or wand of Jupiterian powers. Healing with iron. Iron is a vital constituent of plant and animal life and the key component of hemoglobin in the blood. The Mars archetype in iron rules the blood, adrenal glands, genitals, and immune system. Mars's effects are stimulation and toning of the blood and immune system and make one more aware of the functions of the organs and body. Oil of iron purifies the blood, heals wounds and cuts, soothes the gallbladder, stimulates the pancreas, helps ulcers, strengthens bone marrow, enhances instincts, cures impotency, and gives physical energy. The oil was produced from iron oxide ore. The black, sticky ore was first purified and made soluble and then distilled slowly to release its thick, oily soul. It was considered one of the most powerful oils and was never used more than 40 days. Common homeopathic iron preparations are pure iron, ferrum metallicum, and iron phosphate, ferrum phosphoricum. Their therapeutic properties are stimulation and toning. Iron and steel are used in rituals, magical spells, talismans, and amulets to promote energy, strength, determination, willpower, and aggressiveness. They are also used in fertility rites, new beginnings and undertakings, and for speed, power, and courage. Iron ornaments or jewelry, such as the Iron Cross, are thought to carry these same characteristics. Healing with copper. The origin of the alchemist's glyph for copper and Venus is the Ankh, the symbol for the life force used by the Egyptians. The healing powers of copper metal are legendary. One of the most popular copper cures was the legendary powder of sympathy, a form of copper vitriol which was carried in European apothecaries for nearly 300 years. It was considered a miracle cure for wounds of all types and was endorsed by physicians throughout Europe. The odd thing about the powder of sympathy was that it never touched the patient. Blood and bandages from the wound were placed in a bowl of water containing a handful of copper vitriol powder, and the copper solution healed by sympathy. Believe it or not, patients immediately reported a cooling effect that diminished pain and resulted in rapid healing of the wound. We know that copper metal kills germs, fungi, and algae, and a copper coin dropped into a vase of flowers or aquarium will keep the water fresh longer. Florists sometimes provide copper salts in small plastic bags for this purpose. Many older hospitals still have copper doorknobs that were believed to help prevent the spread of disease. Copper plow tips do not dry out soil as iron plows do, and some farmers use fine copper filings to charge the soil or produce more powerful compost. Experimenters have discovered that copper wire or tubing twisted into an open circle, ends overlapping but not touching, and placed around a tree or plant seems to enhance growth and prevents disease. The alchemists used copper pans and cauldrons to infuse their extracts and tinctures with Venus energy and were aware of the possible copper salts that could be formed. Using copper pans and utensils in the kitchen reduces the risk of passing germs onto food, and copper pans distribute heat evenly and cook foods faster and more thoroughly. However, copper combines readily with many substances and could form poisonous compounds with the wrong ingredients. For example, cooking salty foods in copper pans can cause a green corrosion called verdigris to form. Verdigris is copper acetate, which is a poisonous compound used to kill fungus. Copper has been shown to assist in arthritis, diabetes, pregnancy, and diseases of the kidneys and thyroid. It is also very helpful in healing wounds and trauma from accidents and surgery. Copper is abundant in the female sex organs, and some studies even suggest copper in the body is used up during sexual intercourse. Copper is also present in gallstones, which medieval physicians blamed on lack of sexual activity. The alchemists believed that deficiencies of copper in the body caused thyroid problems, sexual dysfunction, poor circulation, cramps, aneurysms, multiple sclerosis, epilepsy, and even mental illnesses. Some modern evidence suggests that copper deficiencies result in symptoms of aging, such as gray hair, skin wrinkles, crow's feet, varicose veins, and saggy skin. Copper is a necessary chemical in venous blood that carries toxic substances to the excretory system. In sea creatures, such as snails, mollusks, crabs, and squid, copper takes the place of iron as the chemical of the blood and respiration. Oil of copper was used to treat a wide variety of problems, including blood pressure abnormalities, low energy, impure blood, kidney and liver problems, skin infections, and heart problems. It was made from crushed copper ore and the ashes from incinerated copper metal, which were dissolved in a strong vegetable alkali alchemically and fermented. The green oil was then separated out by distillation. Homeopathic copper is used to treat leg cramps and children's growing pains in general, as well as for convulsions, diabetes, and to stimulate the kidneys. Homeopaths use copper under the name cuprum metallicum. Copper is used in rituals, spells, and amulets to promote love, sensuality, and positive relationships of any kind. Copper is said to increase one's personal magnetism and attraction to the opposite sex, increase psychic abilities, and give insight into the plant kingdom and nature in general. In some Wiccan ceremonies, copper objects are used in ritual copulation ceremonies to ensure the fertility of the land. Healing with mercury. Despite its poisonous properties, mercury was the main ingredient in many Eastern remedies. In his travels through India, Marco Polo observed that many people drank a concoction of mercury and sulfur twice monthly from early childhood with no observable ill effects. They believed the drink gave them longevity. Some tantric alchemists in India still take metallic mercury in place of food as an elixir of life, although they caution that the body must be perfectly attuned and strengthened to tolerate the metal. In Indian alchemy, mercury is called rasa, which refers to the subtle essence that is the origin of all forms of matter. The chaotic first matter from which the universe sprang is called the Rasasara, sea of mercury, and the craft of alchemy is referred to as Rasayana, knowledge of mercury. A variety of mercury oils and elixirs have been created and used over the centuries. The most famous was the Rasayana oil of mercury known as Makaradwaja oil. It was used as a rejuvenative tonic for the nervous system, lungs, liver, lymphatic system, and the brain. Makaradwaja was used to treat paralysis, nervous disorders, tuberculosis, cancer, and immunodeficiencies. The oil was also used to treat mental dullness, increase awareness and psychic powers, aid in developing verbal abilities, and enhance the powers of solar and lunar herbs. It is believed to relieve obsessions, fixed ideas, and deep depression. When combined with animal essences, such as musk, the oil was considered a powerful sexual tonic. The average treatment routine with Maharadwaja, repeated on a yearly basis, lasts for about a month and usually works best in the coldest months of the year. The production of Maharadwaja oil is fascinating. It was made from purified medicinal mercury which had been processed to absorb the healing essence of copper. This mercury was alchemically compounded to purified sulfur. The resulting substance was a bright red exalted cinnabar. On being exposed several nights to the full moon, it resolved itself into a blood-like oil by attracting the universal spirit of the world in the form of corporified light. The most fantastic legends have grown up around members of the Bhairavi cult, who are worshippers of a wrathful form of Lord Shiva. They are rumored to live hundreds of years through the alchemical use of Maharadwaja and other mercury-based compounds. Some are said to have obtained immortality by freeing their minds and overcoming their innate addiction to time. Statues used in rituals in the Bhairavi cult display some of the side effects of using mercury compounds to extend life. They are statues of grotesquely mutated, other-dimensional beings who are supposed to be what successful candidates taking the mercury elixirs really look like. Western alchemists make an oil of mercury by distilling metallic mercury 7 times and quenching it each time in lime. Then it is dissolved in warmed spirit of nitre and the salt extracted and boiled in vinegar. The vinegar is distilled away leaving the salt, which is washed in rainwater and fermented in pure grape alcohol. The alcohol is then distilled off, which leaves behind a fragrant oil of mercury. It is said to purify the blood, sweat, and urine, and cure all venereal diseases and many other illnesses. Only 4 or 5 drops are taken per day. Because of the dangers of mercury, silver replaces it in mercurial rituals and talismans. Magical spells invoking mercury archetypes deal with improving communication, trade, commerce, transport, progress, change, travel, mental clarity, learning, thinking, memorizing, test results, writing and speaking, and powers of persuasion. Healing with silver. Silver is a powerful antibacterial and has been used in healing since 4000 BCE. The Persians kept their healing waters in silver vessels to leach silver atoms into the solution. Egyptians used a form of a silver wrap for wounds. Druids lined their drinking bottles with silver metal for a disinfectant. Medieval royalty held a substantially higher immunity to bacteria than a commoner due to the fact that they dined with silverware, ate off silver plates, and drank from silver chalices. Even soldiers in World War I were known to swallow a whole silver dollar to ward off infection from wounds. Before refrigerators were invented, a silver coin was kept in milk to keep it from going sour. Today, hospitals put silver solution drops in newborn babies' eyes to prevent infection and use a cream of 1% silver sulfadiazine, known as Silvadine, as a highly effective treatment for burn patients. The therapeutic effects of the lunar metal are sedation, coolness, and moistness. Moon-ruled plants affect the subconscious mind and are useful for hypnosis, breaking bad habits, and dealing with unwanted desires. Lunar elixirs are used to reduce karma and also to rekindle an interest in family matters and relationships. They are said to increase sensitivity and imagination and a fondness for domestic pursuits in general. Medical astrology places the female reproductive organs, menstruation, the breasts, hormonal imbalances, the stomach, and the watery body fluids under the control of the moon. Oil of silver was used to treat disorders of the brain and cerebellum, reduce stress, balance emotions, improve memory, treat nervous disorders and epilepsy, and improve both melancholia and mania. The oil was also used as a physical purgative and mental purifier. Oil of silver is said to affect the subconscious mind, help one see into the past clearly, remove fears and blockages, allow one to unwind, produce homey feelings, give a feeling of grace and sensitivity, and enhance imagination. Two popular homeopathic medicines derived from silver are argentum nitricum and argentum metallicum. A permanent suspension of microscopic silver particles in water is known as colloidal silver. It has been documented since 1887 as an effective antibiotic against anthrax spores, and silver solutions were regularly given in the early 20th century to knock out bacterial, viral, and fungal infections like pink eye, ringworm, bronchitis, bladder infections, hepatitis, yeast infections, allergies, sinusitis, and many more common ailments. In fact, colloidal silver was able to fight over 650 diseases without any known side effects or drug interactions. Silver is used in rituals, magical spells, and talismans to invoke moon goddesses and in drawing down the moon ceremonies. The lunar forces are thought to control the female force, cycles, emotional and hormonal imbalances, the reflecting or neutralizing of negativity, dreams, and intuition, psychic work, and psychic abilities. It is said, wearing silver jewelry will improve fertility, emotional balance, and hormonal stability. Silver is also believed to improve the assimilation of food, which is why young children are traditionally given a silver fork and spoon to eat with. Water from silver chalices is thought to contain the lunar archetype and is used in rituals accordingly. Healing with gold. Gold has been used for both spiritual and medical purposes as far back as ancient Egypt. Over 5,000 years ago, the Egyptians used gold in dentistry and ingested it for mental, bodily, and spiritual purification. The ancients believed that gold in the body worked by stimulating the life force and raising the level of vibration in the body. In Alexandria, alchemists developed a powerful elixir known as liquid gold, which reportedly had the ability to restore youthful characteristics. In ancient Rome, gold salves were used for the treatment of skin ulcers, and gold leaf still plays an important role in the treatment of chronic skin ulcers. Paracelsus developed many highly successful medicines from metallic minerals including gold. In medieval Europe, gold-coated pills and gold waters were extremely popular. The waters were known as aurum potabile, drinkable gold. Some were solutions of pure gold particles, while others contained no gold at all but were solutions of sulfur compounds. Alchemists mixed powdered gold into drinks to comfort sore limbs, and today, it is widely used in the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. In the 1900s, surgeons regularly implanted a $5 gold piece under the skin near an inflamed joint, such as a knee or elbow. In China, peasants still cook their rice along with a gold coin in order to help replenish gold in their bodies, and fancy Chinese restaurants put 24-karat gold leaf in their food preparations. Chrysotherapy, from the Greek word for gold, is the name given to healing with gold. The alchemists believed that gold represented the perfection of matter and that its presence in the body would enliven, rejuvenate, and cure a multitude of diseases. Gold never corrodes or even tarnishes, is completely non-toxic, and exhibits no interactions with other drugs. The atoms of gold spin in a right-handed direction, which is opposite to all the other heavy metals. This makes it difficult for gold atoms to unite with other atoms to form compounds. Because gold is so inert, it is well tolerated in the human body. Physically, the sun and gold rule the heart and circulation and the distribution of bodily heat. Its herbal therapeutic uses are as a tonic, heating agent, anti-arthritic, and anti-ulcer. While no plants or herbs contain metallic gold, gold the metal is used to treat a variety of degenerative diseases including cancer. The gold salt disodium orthiamylate is administered intramuscularly as a treatment for arthritis. Metallic gold solutions have been used to inhibit or prevent the pathogenic progression in rheumatoid arthritis that damages cartilage, bone, and other connective tissues. Gold is also thought to create a beneficial balancing and harmonizing effect on the heart, improving blood circulation, rejuvenating sluggish organs, especially the brain, and assisting the digestive system to function smoothly. In medical astrology, the sun rules the physical heart and the eyes as mirrors of the soul. The sun also controls the circulatory system and the central energy system of the spine. Because they carry the signature of the vitality principle on the cosmic level, solar herbs can be of seemingly miraculous aid in cases of apathy, lethargy, and unproductivity. Solar herbs also heal inferiority complexes, bolstering people and giving them a sense of purpose beyond the norm. Several oils of gold are made by alchemists, although with any gold product, one should be aware of the extravagant claims sometimes made for it. Simple oil of gold is said to work for leukemia patients and most afflictions of the heart. It is also recommended for teenage growing pains, physical deformation, vertigo, and circulation problems. The red oil of gold was used as a circulation aid, heart tonic, blood purifier, regenerative of brain cells, and protector of bones and joints. It was used to treat rheumatism and arthritis, uremia, and multiple sclerosis, to cure cancers and syphilis, increase vitality, and balance metabolism. Psychologically, it even was thought to cure a weak will, give ambition, restore courage, and increase creativity. The formulae for making gold compounds tend to be very obscure and sometimes outlandish. For instance, the recipe for Dr. Anthony's famous Aurum Potabile contains the following directive: take the urine of a healthy man drinking wine moderately, put it into a gourd which you must stop close, and set in horse dung for the space of 40 days. One inscrutable recipe for oil of gold calls for calcinate gold fused into a colorful glass with special alchemical salts elaborated from a phosphoric principle and combined naturally with the universal spirit which contains corporified light or astral fire. When exposed several nights to the full moon, this glass dissolves by attraction into an oily thick paste. Pure colloidal gold, which has a royal purple hue, was first prepared in 1857 by the famed English scientist, Michael Faraday, and many uses were found for the amazing solutions of activated gold. Historically, colloidal gold has been found useful in cases of glandular and nervous unbalance because it seems to help rejuvenate the glands and stimulate the nerves. Colloidal gold also helps regulate body temperature. In general, colloidal gold has a balancing and harmonizing effect on all levels of body, mind, and spirit. It is used to improve mental attitude and treat unstable mental and emotional states such as depression, melancholy, sorrow, fear, despair, anguish, frustration, suicidal tendencies, seasonal affective disorder, poor memory, poor concentration, and many other unbalances in mind and spirit. Because it works to balance mental extremes, it has unpredictable effects in people with bipolar or manic depressive disorders and is not recommended for their use. Colloidal gold has been shown to relieve attention deficit disorder and improve mental focus. In the 19th century, colloidal gold was commonly used in the United States to cure alcoholism, and today it is used to reduce dependencies on other compounds besides alcohol, such as caffeine, nicotine, and carbohydrates. According to many studies over the years, colloidal gold increases mental acuity and the ability to concentrate. The signatures of gold are invoked in rituals, magical spells, and talismans concerning solar deities, the male force, authority, self-confidence, creativity, financial riches, investments, fortune, hope, health, and worldly and magical power. Gold jewelry is said to improve self-confidence and inner strength. The least you need to know. The life force is an ingredient in alchemical preparations. Paracelsus introduced a form of hermetic medicine that incorporated many modern techniques. Each of the 7 metals of alchemy carries planetary signatures that can be used in healing. Colloids are permanent suspensions of minute metallic particles in water and have been used in healing for over a century. Chapter 22. Social Alchemy. In this chapter, Alchemy in the Everyday World. Alchemical transformation of relationships. Alchemical transformation of the workplace. Money as the first matter of the modern world. Social alchemy is the application of alchemical principles and operations in relationships and for the general welfare of society. Its aim is to take alchemy out of the exclusive fraternities and brotherhoods of secret initiation and put it into the public light. This general application of alchemical ideas to everyday life and situations is something medieval alchemists would not have expected and probably not approved of. For them, the principles of alchemy were too powerful to share publicly. But times have changed, and alchemy is the buzz in such diverse areas as business and finance, art and education, bureaucracies and government, personal development and the media, and in relationships and the workplace. The revolutionary ideas of social alchemy are inspiring many individuals to become seeds of gold in the world, and the new motto of alchemy is, to quote Gandhi, "Become the change you wish to see in the world." The alchemy of relationships. The first level of social alchemy is found in personal relationships. This application is based on the realization that the same alchemical processes that the alchemists observed in their laboratories are at work in the maturation of the individual person. Those same principles surface in relationships between individuals. Consequently, the inherent alchemical forces that build up between people can be harnessed to transform failing relationships into living, productive pairings in which both partners can grow into a unified whole that is often bigger than the sum of its parts. The opposing essences in relationships are what drive the alchemy between people. Often the mental or physical conjunction we are seeking with friends and lovers is a subconscious effort to complement our deepest essence and attempt to find our soul mate. Loved ones are mirrors of our own souls, reflecting unexpressed qualities that are within us but that we need to reclaim as our own. Unfortunately, maintaining the alchemical fires in a relationship is a full-time job. Through intimacy, we gradually realize that the other person is not the perfect embodiment of the soul mate that we had expected. Feelings get polluted, thoughts turn poisonous, and the relationship itself becomes toxic. At this point, the relationship can be saved and kept alive in only one way, and that is through the permanent purification and fundamental transformation offered by the operations of alchemy. Calcination in relationships. Starting with calcination, the elements of ego from which the poisons are being released must be exposed and burnt away in the fires of awareness. These poisons are made up of past judgments, unforgiven mistakes, pointless criticism, and endless complaining. The typical toxic reaction to these poisons is the formation of habits that tend to numb feelings and distance the partners from one another. Preoccupation with outside activities, partying with friends, consuming hobbies, drinking, and watching television are all possible escapes from facing the toxicity and removing it from the relationship. Poisons build up in any relationship just like they do within one's personality, and if they are not burnt away, they pollute the entire environment. Dissolution in relationships. Dissolution is a way to remove pollutants by assimilation. Tensions, contagious moods, and hurt feelings must be diffused and dissolved before they take hold, and the little dramas and trumped-up crises must be drowned in the waters of genuine caring before they take shape. Hardest of all to dissolve are patterns of emotional, sexual, and physical abuse that arise in many relationships. The effects of passive-aggressive tactics such as the infamous silent treatment are just as difficult to remove, because these poisons eat deep into a partner's dignity and self-esteem. Sometimes, in order to save the relationship at all costs, Total dissolution takes place as the partners completely surrender individual identities and take on the will and traits of the other. In alchemical terms, such a dissolved relationship is stillborn and can no longer be transformed. That is why it is so important to see the toxins as existing in the relationship and not in the individuals. The goal is to transform the relationship, not each other, for the opposing essences we share with one another is what fuels the entire relationship. Once these purified essences surface and are divided and identified in alchemical separation, they can be brought together in a new conjunction. For instance, one partner may have qualities of imagination and inventiveness lacking in the other, while the other may have practical knowledge and a down-to-earth emotional base that grounds them both. Both partners realize that by validating the other, they support themselves. Then, in conjunction, the best of each partner is saved and united into a shared quintessence that offers new hope and promise for the couple. Fermentation in relationships. However, no matter how optimistic the conjunction, traces of past pain and ego invariably find their way into the newly formed and reoriented relationship. Putrefaction is a natural process that develops in the course of even the best relationships as each partner compromises, surrendering aspects of his or her own personality for the survival of the couple. The black mood that sometimes results can cause an extinction of all interest in the relationship, and the partners must act to keep things alive at this stage, or they will slip back into a toxic relationship. At this point, fermentation is the only way of saving the pairing. Whether through the help of friends, a marriage counselor, the birth of a child, the starting up of a company, or shared meditation sessions, the individual essences in the relationship must be exposed to outside or even transcendental spiritual forces to introduce something completely new, genuine, or sacred into the relationship. By moving the focal point of the relationship from the mundane concerns of everyday survival to some higher ground, the relationship itself can be raised. Gradually, the partnership blooms, and one learns to trust what he sees in the mirror of the relationship and act on it. Thereby, the partners look within themselves, not only to their partners, for growth and true transmutation. Distillation in relationships. In the ensuing distillation phase of rebuilding a relationship, both partners learn how to look past their own and each other's personality flaws to the beauty and innocence of individual essences. The objectivity acquired during distillation is what purifies and concentrates the energies of the relationship. The partners have finally moved past blame, shame, and games and have refined their relationship to the point where they are able to share hurt feelings without anger by reopening their hearts in mutual trust. In marriages, sexuality reaches a higher level in a true mixing of masculine and feminine essences that can lead to tantric enlightenment. Coagulation in relationships. In the final coagulation, the opposing forces in the relationship are balanced and solidified into a living third thing, the stone, from which each partner takes his or her due and grows stronger in its reflected energy. Every relationship seeks to build this third presence or stone, which allows each partner to keep his or her own identity while sharing in the traits and energies of the other. Psychologically, the stone is the solid footing experienced in a successful relationship or marriage, resulting in new confidence, creativity, and peace of mind for both partners. Creation of the alchemical stone in a relationship is the only way the toxins and pollutants of everyday life can be eliminated on an ongoing basis to prevent them from building up, to keep them from stifling and diverting the vital energies that keep any relationship alive. The Relationship Laboratory. To apply these alchemical principles to your own relationships, begin by taking a good, hard look at a deep relationship you have already shared with someone. Try to start with a relationship that is over and done, so you might have a greater sense of objectivity that you can develop and apply to a present or future involvement with someone. Unfortunately, most contemporary people fail at keeping the fires burning in the Athanor, which can be viewed as the shared heart of the relationship. It doesn't help that the modern world is generally missing its opportunity to use the power of love to transform our lives, because we are kept busy thinking about so many other things. We simply have too much on our plates, too many possibilities, too many products, and too much entertainment. However, if we look at the songs of the troubadours, the writings of the romanticists, or the poetry of the Sufi alchemists, we realize this was not always the case. Sometimes we have to stop and remind ourselves of the power of love in the world. In Sufism, alchemy is a creative and passionate journey with another person in which the love generated is the transformative tool. Rumi, a 13th century spiritual alchemist who lived in Persia, expressed this concept when he wrote, "Love is that flame which when it blazes up, burns away everything except the beloved. There remains but God, the rest has gone." Bravo, O great, idol-burning love! We must be brutally honest in examining our relationships, because they contain important lessons whether or not they last. Analyze a past relationship without placing any blame on any one partner. Try to trace exactly what happened to dampen the fires, and why all the love exchanged at the beginning of the relationship was taken back by the end of it. Finally, trace the alchemical processes in the relationship and the order in which they occurred. What could have been done alchemically to rekindle the relationship or end it in a non-damaging way? In the following illustration, which is from the Splendor Solis series, we see an expression of the power of love to balance and deepen our experience of being alive in both our personal relationships and on the social or group level. Above in the heavenly realm is the archetype of love, Venus, riding in a chariot drawn by two lovebirds, with Cupid at the reins. Below in the manifested world are scenes of people dancing, singing, playing games, and conversing, while in the privacy of the surrounding woods are couples embracing. At the center is a retort in which the peacock, symbol of fermentation and new life, spreads its feathers. The fermenting power of love. Alchemy in the workplace. The next level of social alchemy is in the workplace. As an alchemist, your changing lead into gold mindset can perform miracles on all levels of everyday life, and your place of employment is the ideal place to start. The survival of the fittest basis of capitalism does not mean that you, as an alchemist, cannot work within the system and transform the workplace into a creative and nourishing environment. The truth is that companies that are run with integrity and creative freedom are faster to react and hardier in the long run than any organization based on greed and bureaucracy. As an alchemist, you should focus on the alchemical factors of joyful work, finding your life's purpose, creating spiritual products and franchises, liquidating cumbersome assets, developing conscious investing, and transforming the workplace. Also examine your relationship with money and identify any hard feelings or jealousies associated with it. Your goal is to set up an alchemical relationship with both the workplace and the financial rewards it provides, just like the alchemists did with the metals, to manifest gold in your life and become fully alive whether you are at home or at work. Calcination in the workplace. The transformation of any organization begins with calcination, and the target of this fire is the dross and unessential salts that form in companies. Much of the friction that fans the fire comes from ego. Because ego is not a team player, it is constantly seeking control of all available resources, including energies that could be better applied to personal and organizational transformation. Calcination continues on the corporate level by focusing on methods that eliminate bureaucracy, the greater ego of the organization. Traditional bureaucratic structures take on a life of their own and soon become the identity of the whole organization, so the goal is to transform these entrenched bureaucracies into intelligent organizations that make full use of the energies and insights of all employees. Only companies with this type of freedom and sense of community can be reborn and survive for any time in the marketplace. Dissolution in the workplace. Overcoming egocentric control. whether in an individual's personality or in the bureaucracy of an organization, requires a decentralization of power and the creation of a free-flowing environment. The process of dissolution originates from a kind of creative interplay between worker and work that has long been ignored in modern corporations. But this process cannot take place unless the worker exerts some control over the outcome of her work. The goal is to show modern managers how to let go and recognize that the workers, not the system, make an organization soar to excellence. Dissolution continues on the management level by identifying those managers, departments, and processes that serve as bottlenecks to the creative flow of energy. Sometimes this requires establishing an independent team or accepting the input of a maverick manager who has the confidence and honesty to look at the workplace from a fresh viewpoint. Careful consideration is given to ensure that the bottlenecks are not vital checkpoints and can be eliminated without adversely affecting the organization. Separation in the workplace. Separation involves freeing the living essences isolated within the organization in the operations of calcination and dissolution. Successful calcination has freed the company's spirit, and dissolution has released its soul. Only by recognizing and isolating these two fundamental ingredients can the work of transformation proceed. In most companies, spirit is concentrated among managers, and soul is concentrated among the workers. Indeed, employees' loyalty and their creative energy are the soul and lifeblood of a company. This vital energy can be increased in an organization by exercising the golden rule of management: treat your people like you would like to be treated. Managers who are too busy or too proud to recognize jobs well done only sow the seeds of less productivity, and managers too insensitive to acknowledge employees' problems will themselves receive no sympathy. One practice that restricts the growth and balance of living essences in an organization is the traditional method of compensation, which is usually based on tenure and entitlement rather than performance. Over the years, employees build up a sort of internal equity just by being around for a long time, finding specialized niches in the organization, or getting to know their bosses on a social level. In most cases, such employees have become essential just by working there a long time and knowing their job well. In other cases, however, employees feel they do not have to contribute anymore and know the ropes well enough to get away with doing the minimum work. Alchemical pay practices attempt to form a positive partnership between employees and the performance of the organization for which they work. Employees should be rewarded in ways that reflect not only their own performance but also their organization's overall success. Hiring and personnel practices should aim to balance the levels of soul and spirit in an organization. Right-sizing, not blind downsizing, is the tool of the separation phase of corporate transformation. Conjunction in the workplace. Conjunction as a corporate operation attempts to balance the opposing essences of soul and spirit in an organization and redirect them toward a unified vision of success. Just as the alchemists tried to get the forces of spirit to descend and the forces of soul to ascend and materialize in the reality of the sacred marriage of essences, so the modern manager can work with these corresponding organizational realities. Within the individual manager and employee, spirit and soul combine to create a feeling intellect, which is the development of an intuitive attitude. In the organization, intuitive managers create an enlightened mission, which is the development of corporate vision. In simplest terms, the new conjunctive vision is the articulation of the image, values, direction, and goals that will guide the future of the organization. This down-to-earth approach also involves ascertaining the capabilities of competing forces and identifying other environmental influences. Unfortunately, the new vision is just like any other corporate plan or goal at this stage: we must give it life to make it happen. Often an erosion of energy occurs after the conjunction phase, which is something we have all experienced while working on a project. At this point, managers should focus on negative or challenging issues that may have been deliberately ignored or swept under the carpet. These are the hidden signatures, the concealed potential of things, events, and people, that directly challenge the outcome of a project but which we often ignore. Fermentation in the workplace. The aim of the fermentation phase of the transformation of a company is to teach managers and employees how to bring life to their work and their work to life. The first step in this process requires the acceptance that higher values do have a place at work. Managers and employees must swallow their pride, forget personal ego, and open up to the insight and inspiration that others can offer. By denying that spirituality exists in the workplace, notes Wally Amos, founder of the famous Amos Cookie Company, we are denying the essence of who we are and the substance that helps us create success. Practical methods for achieving corporate fermentation begin by teaching the managerial alchemist how to achieve departmental goal agreement, give and receive feedback, deliver and digest tough messages, and have frank discussions about learning and development with subordinates. These critical skills are developed by applying practical methods of on-the-level communication, in which discussions are characterized by directness, respect, shared responsibility, and purpose. The goal is to create a management culture that fosters the flow of relevant data, eliminates barriers to essential communication, and orchestrates the flow of information in order to make the correct decisions. Managers also need to learn how to contain the anxiety provoked by learning or new experiences, so they are able to question fundamental assumptions and engage in true dialogue that is part of the life-giving fermentation process. Personal development, meditation, consciousness raising, discussion, training, and experiential learning techniques are some of the methods a manager can use to develop a living awareness, which is his most valuable asset. This kind of flexible awareness fosters group synergy, which is defined as new energy for the group itself that empowers the team and gives it identity. In fact, the real purpose of management is to tap into the magic of group synergy. The role of the alchemical manager is to interact with people in a way that cuts through barriers to energize and empower individuals to participate fully in their jobs. This kind of manager is a spiritual warrior, who protects the group culture while at the same time cutting through unproductive or sabotaging patterns to get to what enhances and fulfills the group purpose. Distillation in the workplace. Distillation in an organization involves inventing new ways to work smarter, not harder, by eliminating debilitating emotional barriers to productivity. For instance, worry or anxiety in the workplace environment depletes the life force of the organization. In many cases, worry is a perverted mental game we play to try to produce desired outcomes without working. We worry as a substitute for action. Some people worry to gain sympathy or acceptance, while others worry to brace themselves for anticipated pain. Many managers worry simply because they think it is their duty. The hidden connection between worry and indecision is what cripples the organization. Many managers are considered indecisive because they simply fail to take action, yet in truth, it's the other way around. Indecisiveness and worry cause the inaction. Yet to take more action, one has to make more decisions. It's an endless loop of arrested consciousness. Managers must accept the essential chaos we are all faced with in trying to transform something. Sometimes it's necessary to make decisions with incomplete information just to get the ball rolling on a project. Later, as more facts become available, it may be possible to tailor the project to fit changing conditions. The acquisition of this confidence and professional attitude, based on the objective assessment of a situation, is the distillation of management. In fact, the process of distillation can be applied to all levels to purify the life force of the organization. Distillation overcomes barriers to productivity and unties emotional knots in individuals and the organization. Successful distillation means that both personal emotions and bureaucratic structures no longer interfere with creativity within the organization. Coagulation in the workplace. The paradoxical yet triumphant fusion of opposing qualities is what the alchemists called the philosopher's stone, which is formed during the process of coagulation. For example, Sam Walton, the late founder of Walmart, the most profitable corporation in the world, embodied three paradoxes. 1. He was relentlessly focused on winning, yet he was totally flexible, willing to try anything and to drop whatever did not work without a second thought. 2. He was ingeniously creative but always ready to copy anything that had worked for someone else. 3. He was one of the best motivators who ever lived, yet constantly checked up on everything anyone did. If all Walton had was a relentless drive to do things his way, he could have made all the common mistakes of any other entrepreneur, such as sticking with an idea long after it was no longer working or motivating people, only to have them scatter their energies in 1,000 different directions. The combination of Sam Walton's paradoxical traits made him unbeatable. The goal of coagulation is to create such paradoxical unions that are more powerful and durable than either component. This greater paradox is what the alchemists saw as the union of fire and water, or the fusion of masculine and feminine ways of knowing. Such paradoxical thinking generates unusual viewpoints, leading to a broader-based understanding of the true nature of a particular problem or opportunity. The key to high levels of performance and dealing effectively with problematic situations is to consciously use all sides of one's core paradoxes at once. For the modern manager, this is an alchemical trick well worth learning. This type of thinking sometimes produces moments when things come together in an almost unbelievable way, when events that could never have been predicted seem to conspire to help us reach our goals. Psychologist Carl Jung named this ability synchronicity, which he defined as meaningful coincidences or significant patterns of chance that seem to align with our own thoughts or contribute to our progress toward reaching goals. In quantum mechanics, reality has been defined as a collection of intermediate states in a network of interactions. The same definition applies to the modern business environment. The only way of organizing this chaos is in how we interpret the relationships between the individual components of the network. In alchemistic management, the leaders of the organization are not tied to a specific behavior or set response but are alive and responsive enough to focus on the changing relationships between people, events, and positive and negative influences throughout the organization. Transforming the workplace. So, to put it all together, the alchemical transformation of a company or organization follows the same operations that alchemists use to transform any substance. The alchemical formula consists of 7 operations, which are usually performed consecutively but may, in fact, be performed in any order depending on the situation. These operations are: 1. Calcination, an operation of fire in which artificial structures, blind habits, and bureaucracy are burnt away. 2. Dissolution, a cooling off period that dissolves the ashes of the previous operation, making the situation fluid. 3. Separation, a filtering process to find the essential ingredients, i.e., personnel and markets needed for survival. 4. Conjunction, the recombination of the saved elements from previous operations to bring it all together. 5. Fermentation, seeking outside inspiration through retraining employees or an infusion of new talent. 6. Distillation, new objectivity and goal setting that raises the entire organization above past greed, feuding, and personal transgressions. 7. Coagulation, integrating and revivifying the organization to make it all happen. Using these methods in a combined effort by managers and employees, which are the spirit and soul of an organization, can transform the workplace through the initial throes of resistance to its crowning rebirth as a new entity, in which essential participants work together in an integrated, focused, living, and highly adaptable team for the mutual benefit of everyone. Wealth, the first matter in society. The most important stage of social transformation begins, as it did amongst the alchemists, with the search and accumulation of the first matter. In alchemy, the first matter is that amorphous, chaotic, potential energy that is shaped into something physically real by the focusing of mind or consciousness. In the modern cultural climate, nothing fits the description of first matter better than the vitriolic green stuff that is the almighty dollar. The great and undifferentiated potential of money is what turns our dreams and images into concrete reality. Freedom is the hermetic basis of capitalism and the basis of the founding principles of America as developed by the Freemasons. The idea of freedom not only applies to individuals, but to markets as well. Prices should be free to fluctuate through the natural pressures of supply and demand. Anyone should be able to start a business, and competition and innovation should be encouraged. These precepts create an extremely alchemical environment. Money is simply a form of social power and transformation. If money is the agent of transformation in the everyday world, then the first matter of money is a vital principle in every alchemist's life. It makes no sense to disenfranchise ourselves from the accumulation of money because we feel spiritual, as long as we work to accumulate wealth in an alchemical way without doing harm to others. Actually, we do not have to be wealthy to have wealth. Simply not spending, not consuming, not overindulging, and being satisfied with what we have can dramatically increase effective wealth. Furthermore, accumulating money offers practical training in the application of alchemical principles in the real world. The fact is that money makes us free to pursue alchemy. The medieval alchemists had patrons and benefactors to support their work, but that is no longer the case. Sometimes a little mercuric sorcery is required just to survive on a day-to-day basis. As social commentator George Bernard Shaw demonstrated in his plays, the poor are uncultured and unrefined because they lack money, not because something is lacking within them. The problem is that they do not have the resources to gain the freedom to pursue transformation. The same situation was true of every alchemist, whose first steps in transformation were always toward freedom and independence in the world in order to focus on the great work. So money, although much misunderstood in our culture, can be a vehicle for personal and social transformation. But alchemically, the personal relationship we have to money determines how it functions in our lives. Many of us have wounds around money that keep us stuck and prevent money from flowing naturally through our life. We must keep in mind that money, as the first matter, can manifest as energy, security, intention, clarity, commitment, and vision, enabling the highest aspirations and ideals. The least you need to know. We can apply the principles of alchemy to personal and social relationships of all kinds. We should adapt the sequence of operations in alchemy as the requirements of the situation demand. The goal of alchemical transformation in society is to make our relationships real and living. We can view money as the first matter of modern civilization. Chapter 23. The Science of Magic. In this chapter, Future Science and Magic. The mysterious properties of light. The new alchemy of quantum physics. 20th century scientists/alchemists. Alchemical projection of consciousness. The natural alchemy of evolution. Alchemy is a spiritual technology that merges the methods of science in the physical realm with the hermetic teachings of the spiritual realm. Alchemists have developed theories, distinct operations, and unique equipment designed to work with spiritual energies. As an ancient science of soul, alchemy seeks to reveal the essences of time and space that are the fundamental truths of the universe. Modern science, in its search for a grand unified theory of the universe, seeks the same things as the alchemists. With advances in quantum physics that incorporate the powers of consciousness in the fabric of the cosmos, alchemy and science are becoming more and more alike in their theoretical foundations. Magic, too, has evolved along these same lines. Of course, I'm not talking about the tricks of stage magicians, but rather referring to the ancient tradition of magic, sometimes called magic with a K, that developed from the Hermetic teachings. In this tradition, the focusing of consciousness and will and intention is the force that transforms reality. With the development of chaos magic in the last 50 years, the theories of magic approach the same theoretical basis as alchemy and modern science. Chaos magic emphasizes the power of the consciousness of the practitioner as opposed to the invocation of elemental forces or spiritual energies. Developed in England in the 1970s, the discipline teaches that both subjective experience and physical reality can be changed through a highly focused mind. A key belief in chaos magic is that there is no such thing as an objective truth outside of our perception, and therefore, all things are true and possible. This mercurial mindset is very empowering, and the philosophy behind chaos magic is very alchemical. The basic technique in chaos magic is the development of a highly purified state of one-pointed concentration known as the Gnostic state. A single thought experienced in the Gnostic state is quickly released or forgotten and sent to the subconscious mind, where it is enacted into reality through unknown means. As we have seen, the chaotic subconscious mind is very much like the first matter of the alchemists, and as such, is the source of all creation on all levels. The science of the future. It has been noted that any future science will be indistinguishable from magic to those of our present time. This is exactly what is happening in alchemy. The ancient traditions of alchemy and magic are merging with modern science in a greater discipline that recognizes the mystery inherent in the universe and acknowledges that consciousness is a force in nature. This new alchemy has become the science of magic. Early Hermetic writings remain some of the oldest and most sacred texts ever written, and throughout history the Hermetic teachings have influenced visionary philosophers and scientists. The secret truths of ancient Hermetic philosophy and the evolving perspectives of modern psychology and physics validate alchemy as a true means of understanding the workings of the universe. Alchemy is a truly unique discipline that combines science and religion and attempts to work on all levels of reality at once. Of course, some proponents have always wanted to keep science a purely material discipline and alchemy a purely spiritual discipline. However, this approach weakens both disciplines. Certainly, for alchemy there can be no separation of spiritual and practical work because their combination is the basis of the craft. Science can be seen as a more modern, secularized version of alchemy. The Egyptian origins of alchemy come from a time when there was no difference between science and religion, when there was just one true philosophy for the whole world. The Hermetic tradition attempts to hold true to that perennial philosophy and preserve the central mystery of creation, while science seeks to eliminate it. In that respect, we can only hope that the magic of today becomes the science of tomorrow. The major criticism alchemists have of the scientific method is that it is based on argumentative instead of intuitive methods, and that the search for truth gets sidetracked in arguing about the details. For alchemists, true science is knowledge of nature acquired slowly by meditation. Sciences are acquired only by study, by meditation, and not by dispute, said the alchemist monk Antoine Joseph Pernody. Learn a little at a time, repeat often the same study, the mind can do all when concentrated upon one sole thing, but nothing when trying to embrace too many. The mystical nature of light. The common catalyst that seems to dissolve the boundaries of alchemy, magic, and science is light. Whenever alchemists, magicians, or scientists talk about the nature of light, it seems they are talking about the same thing. Early theories of light. In ancient India, light was considered a subtle element out of which emerged the gross elements of creation. According to texts dating back to 500 BCE, light consists of particles of energy that make up all matter. Indian theorists knew that the sun was at the center of the galaxy and that the moon and planets shined by reflecting the light of the sun. They also knew that white light was composed of colors that they called the 7 rays of the sunday. About this same time, the Greek philosopher Empedocles postulated his theory of the 4 elements that viewed light as fire traveling at high speed. This fire was carried in humans and shone out of their eyes, making sight possible. Around 300 BCE, Euclid wrote Optica, which was the first scientific study of light. He described the laws of reflection mathematically and postulated that light traveled in straight lines. In his book of optics, the Arabian alchemist Al-Hazan, 965–1040, disputed the idea that light originated from the eyes and said instead that it was caused by light rays emitted from the sun or lamps that struck the eyes. He theorized that light was streams of minute particles that traveled at a very high but finite speed. He described the laws of refraction or how light behaves in a lens and also invented a primitive camera. The alchemical rebis. French philosopher René Descartes, 1596–1650, believed that light traveled in the unseen plenum, which was the subtle substance or etheric first matter of which the universe was composed. He demonstrated that light behaved like a wave and concluded that refraction could be explained by the varying speed of light in different media. As a result, Descartes is considered the father of the wave theory of light. Alchemist Isaac Newton promoted the particle theory of light when he postulated that light was composed of corpuscles of matter emitted from a light source in all directions at once. Newton published these ideas in his book Optics in 1704. Actually, Newton's alchemical studies suggested that light might exist in two states at once, as both wave energy and particle matter, although the idea seemed too controversial for his time. The changing of bodies into light and light into bodies, noted Newton, is very comfortable to the course of nature, which seems delighted with transmutations. Newton's intuition told him that light was the alchemical rebis, the double-headed thing that showed two opposite faces to the world. For thousands of years, alchemists had associated light with Mercury, the paradoxical rebis. For alchemists, Mercury was light in all its forms, the light of the heavens, the light of our fires, and the light of our imagination and consciousness. In the following figure, we see a painting from the Splendor Solis series of the rebis toward the end of the work. The rebis was first created as the child of the philosophers during the conjunction of the white phase, then entered rebirth on a higher level during fermentation, and finally empowered as an independent body during distillation and coagulation during the red phase. The white and red wings signify that these processes are complete. The mirror globe held by the rebis is the philosopher's stone, the magical touchstone of the alchemists. The shining mirror globe is also a symbol of the light of consciousness and its reflective nature. In other words, the light of consciousness is the philosopher's stone. The rebis reborn and empowered. Newton was correct in his assumption that the world was not ready for an alchemical theory of light. Endless quibbling over the nature of light dominated physics for the next century. Dozens of experiments that demonstrated the wave nature of light challenged Newton's corpuscular theory. Finally, in the 19th century, James Clerk Maxwell developed a mathematical theory of electromagnetic radiation that included light, and numerous experiments verified his work. The wave theory was accurate at explaining most optical and electromagnetic phenomena, but a few troubling anomalies remained that could not be accounted for. One of these was the speed of light, 186,282 miles per second in a vacuum, which could not be deduced from Maxwell's equations. Another problem was that the wave theory failed to explain the levels of electricity produced by the photoelectric effect, in which light striking a metal surface generated an electrical current. Still another problem was known as the ultraviolet catastrophe, in which the spectrum of energy emitted by black bodies or thermal radiators could not be accounted for. Wave theory also had a hard time explaining light pressure or the way light pushes objects in a vacuum. Finally, in 1905, Einstein resolved these problems by returning to Newton's suspicion that light existed as both matter and energy. Einstein combined the wave and particle theories of light in a wavical concept in which photons exhibit wave-particle duality. His theory stated that everything has both a particle nature and a wave nature, and various experiments can be done to bring out one or the other. In other words, the nature of light, or which face the rebis shows the world, is determined by the conscious choice of the human observer as to which experiment to use in studying light. Some experiments prove the wave or energetic nature of light, while other experiments prove the particle or material nature of light. Quantum alchemy. Einstein's work and that of other physicists, including Max Planck, Louis de Broglie, and Richard Feynman, led to the development of a very alchemical new science called quantum physics. The basic premise of quantum physics is that reality is made up of quanta or packets of energy from which matter originates. In effect, the efforts of physicists to understand light led to the creation of quantum physics, which is the most comprehensive and accurate theory ever formulated to explain natural phenomena. The power of quantum physics led to its acceptance by many reluctant physicists. The notion of wave-particle duality was extended to include the electron and electromagnetic phenomena. According to the field of quantum electrodynamics, when electrons are excited, packets of quanta are released as electromagnetic radiation. These packets of energy or quanta act the same way as a ball hitting a wall but are, in fact, packets of solidified energy. Modern physicists have also discovered that every fundamental particle of matter has a shadow energy or force carrier particle, and every energy carrier particle has a shadow matter particle. This relationship between matter particles and energy carriers is called supersymmetry. The most startling revelation of modern quantum theory is another alchemical principle that states the origin of the physical world is in spirit or light and energy. Matter does not exist of itself in the universe but emerges from a quantum foam or first matter. Atomic particles, which are the basis of all matter, are created out of the underlying strings of pure, wild energy that condense into physical reality. Even the movement of particles of matter is not what it seems. Particles move in quantum jumps in which they disappear from reality and reappear in another position. The discontinuous motion of atomic particles gets so weird that completely imaginary components must be invented to describe their movement. It's hard for us to accept such an alchemical explanation of nature, but our mechanistic concept of reality is completely false and has polluted all our thinking and beliefs. No scientific experiment in the history of physics has ever shown that hard material particles exist or can even move. However, now hundreds of experiments prove material particles move by being teletransported through time, disappearing from one place to reappear in another place without moving along a continuous path. Contrary to what our senses make us believe, the world is not solid and fixed but is constantly being created out of a chaotic, formless, invisible quantum foam that is guided by the conscious expectation of what is there. And this is a more perfect description of the first matter than any alchemist could ever conceive. Whether the conscious expectation that creates reality comes from our minds or the divine mind that alchemists call mind the maker is still open to debate in modern physics. For alchemists, however, the divine light of mind, the same light we share in purified consciousness and the true imagination, is the fundamental force and ultimate source of creation. 20th century alchemists of science. In many ways, the insights of quantum physics have humbled modern scientists and forced them to accept an alchemical viewpoint of the universe. The days of the coldly objective and mechanistic search for truth have given way to a gentler science in which human intuition is an important tool. Albert Einstein, 1879–1955. Albert Einstein was the epitome of the scientist-alchemist and never lost sight of the fundamental mystery of the universe. In 1905, he resolved problems in explaining the speed of light by revising the 17th century model of space and time to account for the constancy of the speed of light. Einstein formulated his ideas in his special theory of relativity, in which the fundamental constants of nature are relative to the conscious awareness of the observer. It is one of the most alchemical treatises of nature ever written. Einstein also proved an ancient tenet of alchemy that was previously unknown in physics, the fundamental equivalence between energy and matter in relation to light. His revolutionary equation of the universe is E equals mc2, where E is energy, m is mass, and c is the speed of light. As noted in Chapter 8, this theorem is a restatement of the three forces of the alchemists, in which sulfur is energy, salt is mass or matter, and mercury represents light. When Werner Heisenberg, while still a brash and aggressive young physicist, came to Einstein for advice, Einstein told him to beware of being too sure of the power of logic alone. Instead, Einstein told him to use his intuition and allow the object of his work, his theory, to speak to him, and let it suggest where he should look and what was of importance in nature. Werner Heisenberg, 1901–1976. As fate would have it, the overly logical Heisenberg became the one physicist to show that exact measurement and precise logical knowledge in physics is not possible. In 1927, Heisenberg proved that the more precisely the position of an atomic particle is determined, the less precisely its momentum is known, and vice versa. More generally, the act of measuring one magnitude of a particle, whether its mass, its velocity, or its position, causes the other magnitudes to blur. It is not that we do not have precise enough instruments to measure the magnitudes of subatomic particles. The blurring of exact knowledge of a single particle of matter is a fundamental property of nature. This startling defeat for empirical measurement became known as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and is now a basic tenet of quantum physics. In quantum physics, the observer is no longer external and neutral to the experiment but becomes part of it, just as the alchemists believed. The outcome of an experiment depends on the view of the person doing the experiment. This concept was extremely unsettling to scientists. It meant that the facts of nature are no longer objectively verifiable and mathematically treatable, and it suggested that the scientific method would never be able to grasp complete and ultimate knowledge of the universe. Barbara McClintock, 1902–1992. The new scientist alchemist is epitomized by the work of geneticist Barbara McClintock, who won the Nobel Prize for Medicine in 1983 for her many important breakthroughs, including the discovery of so-called jumping genes. McClintock devoted her life and all her attention to understanding just one thing: maize. She tried and succeeded in becoming one with her work and discovered the whole universe in an ear of corn. Working like a true alchemist, she identified completely with the substance of her work and connected with the inner life of maize. Truth, she said, has a mystical origin both inside and outside myself. David Bohm, 1917–1992. Another example of the scientist-alchemist is nuclear physicist David Bohm, who developed the ontological interpretation of quantum mechanics in which mind and matter are viewed as opposite polarities in the universe. He demonstrated that electrons possess a proto-mind or primitive intelligence that seems to read active information in experiments. Bohm believed mind had been present in the cosmos from the beginning and was part of the fabric of creation. He also introduced the notion of the implicate order, which is the ground or undivided wholeness of the one mind of the universe from which the manifested world, which he called the explicate order, emerges. Bohm also believed in the alchemical principle of as above, so below. Because we are created of the same matter and in the same way as the whole universe, the truths of the cosmos should be within us. In quiet meditation, Bohm listened to his body and translated sensations of movement and tension into mathematical formulae that provided insights into problems of physics he was working on. Bohm believed that consciousness and the physical brain itself could be transformed by contact with the greater mind of the universe. Wolfgang Pauli, 1900–1958. One of the greatest scientist-alchemists of the 20th century was Austrian physicist Wolfgang Pauli, who is considered a founder of quantum physics. Pauli was an intellectual perfectionist, who urged his colleagues to seek deeper truths and became known as the conscience of physics. Pauli was so impressed by the alchemical work of Carl Jung that he sought him out and began a collaboration to mathematically prove the effect of consciousness on matter. Pauli was convinced of the effects of mind over matter through his own personal experiences. In fact, the Pauli effect in physics is when experimental equipment breaks down because of the conscious anticipation of the participants. Pauli had the bizarre ability to disable scientific equipment when he was in the vicinity and delighted in tormenting his fellow physicists with his inexplicable talent. Pauli came to understand that nature can never be completely reduced to a rigid logic, and researchers must always allow for the unpredictable, the unknowable, and the irrational. He felt that the goal of physics and the great work of alchemy was the same: to unite mind and matter. He wanted to resurrect the spirit in matter. Through the inner working of matter and consciousness within the hermetically sealed alchemical vessel. He spent his life working on the unified field theory, in which all the forces of the universe would be explained by one grand theory. He included consciousness as one of the unexplainable forces of nature, and hoped to prove it to his colleagues. Pauli died of cancer in 1958 before he was able to finish his work, and it has been suggested that he died from the Pauli effect on his own body, which had become the crucial piece of equipment in his grand experiment. Physicist David Peat commented that Pauli had successfully sealed the forces of matter and spirit into the alchemical vessel, but was never able to generate the transforming heat of love to complete the transformation. That indispensable heat of transformation comes from the secret fire within the alchemist himself. Indeed, a colleague of Pauli once noted that the element of eros was missing from Pauli's life. The philosopher's stone of physics. The grand unified theory that Wolfgang Pauli was working on is now the philosopher's stone of science. It is the one theory of everything that will give human beings unprecedented control over the forces of nature. Physicists have already accomplished the dream of medieval alchemists to change lead into gold. It was relatively easy. In a small particle bombardment vessel in 1965, physicists succeeded in transforming an unstable isotope of lead into a small amount of molecular gold. Physicists might even have captured the elusive first matter of the alchemists. At the relativistic heavy ion collider at Brookhaven National Laboratory, an experiment was performed to try to reproduce the state of matter in the first microseconds after the Big Bang, when the universe was created. Electrically charged gold atoms were accelerated to close to the speed of light and then smashed together. What the equations predicted was a hot gas made up of quarks and gluons, the primary components of atoms. Surprisingly, what was created was much like the first matter. Instead of a gas, they produced a primordial liquid of perfect consistency, such that any part was just like any other part. It was made up of pure energy that was 150,000 times hotter than the sun. The quantum level of reality can be considered more subtle or spiritual than the gross physical level at which we all live. Yet somehow, the alchemists knew that consciousness was the tool through which man could access that invisible level underneath our everyday reality. Like a modern quantum physicist, the alchemist is always looking for the most subtle level of reality, the deepest underlying pattern that explains physical reality. Alchemy, magic, and modern science are slowly converging on the realization that mind is a force in nature, and its purification and perfection are the philosopher's stone. Whether the perfection of consciousness is described as the magical touchstone of the alchemists, the power of focused intention of the magicians, or the grand unified theory of the physicists really does not matter. We are ultimately talking about the same thing, the power of mind or spirit over matter. The projection of consciousness. The real power of the philosopher's stone was to project perfection into matter, to bring any substance into alignment with the ideal mental image of what it should be. This is how the philosopher's stone worked, how it healed and perfected anything. At this point we might be able to draw on the combined efforts of alchemists, magicians, and scientists to develop a workable method of projection. Actually, alchemists refer to the conscious projection or manifestation of desires as chemicalization, although it has nothing to do with chemicals. It is the alchemist who is changed or chemicalized. The term refers to the use of certain methods to condense one's spiritual powers into external chemicals that can react and have an effect in the real world. The steps in this psycho-spiritual process are: 1. Sealing. The first step in this process is to try to isolate the relevant essences and primal energies and seal them in the vessel of transformation. The vessel, of course, is one's own mind, which must be purified of distractions and outside influences. The work here is in the inner laboratory, and it may take some effort to connect with the archetypal essences of the situation or desire. They must be identified as separate chemicals with their own identities and properties. 2. Agitation. This is a process of stirring up the energies or bringing them to life in the sealed vessel. It involves visualizations and guided imagery designed to encourage the trapped essences to express and release their archetypal energies. 3. Combustion. Having released the volatile inner vapors, they are now set afire with forceful and focused intention. You want to turn up the fire to gain control and direct the energy. It is a time of chaos and inflammation, of unrelenting intrusion of your intention into the vessel. It is the aggressive application of your will over the lesser powers trapped in the vessel. There may even be some negative counter-energy that escapes from the vessel into your environment, which is something to watch out for. 4. Withdrawal. The fires of will are abruptly withdrawn and the aggressive focusing of the fires of consciousness is turned off. Total silence without thoughts or emotions must prevail. The essences in the vessel are now cooking in their own heat, digesting in their own juices. There may be a black period of doubt or depression within you, but this is part of the process. To succeed, you must let go without losing interest. 5. Manifestation. Slowly the original desire begins to reappear in your life, but you must not rush it or want it too badly. Never talk about it or share the experience with others at this stage. Enthusiasm must be contained. Let the desire gain power slowly. Allow the energy to congeal on its own. This is the pregnancy of your intention, and it must have time to mature in the darkness. Soon, perhaps unexpectedly, your desire will manifest into reality. The process of projection and manifestation is difficult to master because it requires a lot of inner work and the intense development of willpower, the true imagination, and the inner secret fire. You must give of yourself, for you, too, are an ingredient in the process of manifestation. Once you are able to demonstrate the desire in the world, the ordeal becomes easier. The alchemy of evolution. The alchemist's idea of the mind of nature is very similar to our modern notion of evolution. Over time, nature seems to be perfecting itself. It may take millions of years, but eventually a species transforms itself in response to some great need, and a new species, more able to survive in the world, comes into existence. The great work of alchemy has always been to find ways to speed up this natural process of perfection. In the words of the modern French alchemist Jean Dubis, alchemy is the art of manipulating life and consciousness in matter to help it evolve, or to solve problems of inner disharmonies. Alchemy seeks transformation not by mechanically forcing nature to do its will, but rather by encouraging certain latent patterns to come alive and grow. The alchemists viewed the growth of minerals, plants, animals, or the evolution of whole species as alchemical processes going on in the laboratory of nature. Indeed, for the alchemist all matter is alive and has the potential for growth and change. The alchemist believes that everything carries the energetic seed or pattern of its own perfection, and it was the job of the alchemist to resurrect these essences of perfection that are trapped in matter, to bring them to light and allow their full expression in time and space. Alchemists see this guiding pattern of perfection as an inner spirit that exists in all matter, from a dull gray lump of lead to a living human being. The alchemist's task, therefore, is to speed up nature's work by perfecting substances in the laboratory. Such artificial transmutations by the alchemists were believed to encourage the overall pattern of transformation on our planet and contribute to the evolution of everything, including human beings. What makes humans different from ordinary matter is that we can consciously participate in our own process of perfection. In fact, we all participate in alchemy whether we know it or not. We can proceed as alchemists and try to intentionally manifest our perfected nature, or we can spend our lives, or lifetimes, unconsciously cycling through worldly experiences that finally bring inner spiritual resources to the surface. According to this deeper tradition, the goal of alchemy is hastened perfection in the highest sense, the divinization of matter and of human beings. The least you need to know. The viewpoints of alchemy, magic, and modern science are slowly converging on a unified view of nature. The nature of light comprises contradictory states that the alchemists attributed to the mercurial rebes. The theories of quantum mechanics acknowledge the role of consciousness as an additional force in nature. An individual can learn the projection of consciousness to manifest desires in a process called chemicalization. The evolution of life can be seen as the alchemical perfection of nature.